Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. What's up and what's going on, ADT Nation, and happy Thursday. It is September 29th, 2022. We officially have 2 days until we end the month of September. And so far this week, guys, it's been an amazing week in the market. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday coming in, locking in some big time profits. We've been seeing traders locking in hundreds of dollars and thousands of dollars just in the last 3 days, team. So let's make it the next best 2 days, right? Let's crush it these next 2 days. Let's absolutely hit it hard, and let's keep this momentum going and keep locking those big time profits. I want to see each and every one of you this week inside of Profits Chat. I want to see you guys rolling a lot of this positive momentum into next month so we can have another great month and end Q4 strong, profitable. And here we go, guys. I mean, 2023 is right around the corner, it seems like. It's right here. This year is flying by. We got 3 months to go, guys. Let's make it the best 3 months. But first things first, let's not get too far ahead of ourselves, all right? Let's finish out the month of September strong, profitable, green, right? Grab some great momentum, build up some great momentum, and roll that into October, baby. I'm excited for it. I'm excited to make it happen. So again, good morning. Happy Thursday. Hope you guys are having a wonderful morning. And I hope you guys had an awesome evening as well, and that you guys are all fired up, ready to attack it today. Where is the best opportunity in today's market? Well, first, before we dive into it, what's going on, guys? Hit me with a good morning. Come on. Let's see who's inside of chat right now. I want to get everybody typing in chat, everybody engaged. It takes a couple seconds. Hit me with a big old good morning. I'm sick. I'm feeling really under the weather, but I'm still hitting you with you guys with a big old good morning. Let me see it. There we go, baby. That's what I'm talking about. Let's get chat going. Let's get it crazy. Let's make it go ding, 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 ding. Everybody inside of chat, what's up? Stir Cole, Trader Adam, Trading Hunter, Tyrone, what's up, what's up, what's up? Let's make it happen, guys. All right, get fired up. Get energetic, get energized here, all right? I know I'm feeling a little under the weather, and I'm not super duper fired up, but I'm excited to be here, guys. I'm ready to rock and roll. I'm ready to make it happen with you. All right, let's go ahead and start breaking down what we got going on for today. Yes, we are safe, by the way, guys. We're good. We missed it. It was supposed to hit Tampa. It went more south to Fort Myers. I feel really bad for the people in Fort Myers because it was a brutal storm, and that was what we were supposed to get up here in the Tampa area. We didn't get anything. It was like just a little bit of a sprinkle, but we still took precautions because we never knew. There was still that potential that it curled up the coast and came into the Tampa Bay area. So we still took the necessary precautions, again, with the wife, and my daughter. It just made the right decision at the right time because you never know. That storm could have definitely curled up a little bit, but we were very lucky, very fortunate that we didn't really get anything yesterday. And we're looking good today, guys. So I do appreciate it. But yeah, we're good to go, guys. And I'm ready to talk about what we have going on for today to get us prepared to see where the best of the best opportunity is. All right. MOTS is a newer stock that is just now moving on up. So here we have at 9 a.m. MOTS named a sole source supplier with U.S. Department of Veteran Affairs here on MOTS. This is a very low float stock. It's already up 89%. It's already up 90% right now here on MOTS, guys. All right. So MOTS just dropped that press release. I posted it up here inside of chat. We're trading about 500,000 shares, which is well above the average volume. It's a very low float stock. And this stock is getting some great action to the upside. So MOTS right now, not looking all that bad. All right, guys. So now let's see where this thing can go. Where could we see MOTS go? Well, next target for MOTS is going to be between, I would say, $4.75 and $5. Okay, if we can ever break $5, we have great potential to that 200-day moving average up towards around $6 at this point in time. And I would throw support back down around 365. All right. So this is very overextended to the upside. Very overextended. The stock just dropped a press release at 9 a.m. It went from around 234. It's hitting highs of 460. It hasn't really seen a nice healthy pullback just yet. And we are in between that level of resistance, right? Look at that daily low right around 470 and then $5. We're actually right at that level of resistance. So I'm expecting a pullback. And again, you should wait for a pullback. The stock's up over $2 without pulling back. Let it pull back. We have support back down around 366. Okay, so you have that daily low. You have that 50 SMA as well, right around 366. That's a good area of support here on MOTS. We have 470 to $5 resistance at this point in time. If we get our nice pullback into support, hey, we may have some great entries for the leg back up into this level of resistance. If we ever see this level of resistance break, we have great potential up towards around $6. That puts you right around the 200 SMA. At this point in time, MOTS is definitely one of the top stocks that we should all be watching right at the start of the day. Really nice low float, great volume, already up substantially, and I still see some good potential to the upside. Is MOTS shortable? It's always nice to see if the stock is shortable. It's not shortable here. It's not easy to borrow. I'd have to locate. But maybe I locate some shares here on MOTS to see if I want to short this off that 200 SMA, right? It's already up over 100%. We could open and spike and then just fade on back down, guys. That's very, very possible. When's the last time we gapped up massively? Back here in February. We gapped up huge, we spiked, and then just dumped on off, right? Where are those big gap ups? Because this is a big gap up here on MOTS. Look at that big gap up. It spikes and then dumps, okay? This big gap up didn't spike and dump, but this one did. So we see a big gap up, a spike, right? Held its gains. Big gap up, spike. It did dump on off. Here it did not. Here it did. It did here as well. So most recently, right? If we look back in the most recent gap ups, gap up, spike on down. Gap up, spike on down. So this stock is notorious for gapping on up and then dumping on off, right? So I would like to watch MOTS. Maybe a good long opportunity up to the 200 SMA. But if we ever come into that 200 SMA and we start to see it dumping and selling on off intraday, maybe I locate some shares to short and, you know, maybe ride this on down for a nice little fader today. As here recently, it likes to give just about everything back plus some. So let's keep MOTS on watch, long and short, right? At this point in time, definitely thinking about a long position, grab the first pullback, take it up into resistance, and then see if we get up to 6, right? There's great potential here with MOTS, and it should definitely be on high watch today, guys. Okay, that's going to be our number one stock to be watching right out of the gates. Number 2 at this point in time is going to be BBAI. Okay, so what's going on with BBAI? Well, BBAI is up right now 37%. It's a nice low float, not as low as MOTS, but it's low. It's 18 million in float. It could definitely spike on up. Trading really nice volume as well. 9 million shares today. On average, it trades 1 million shares. So we have great volume, nice low float stock, and they have a nice press release as well here on BBAI. They were awarded a $14 million U.S. Army Global Force contract. So we have a government contract here with BBAI for $14 million. That's a great press release, guys. This stock could absolutely rip and run. And when I look at this daily chart, it makes me believe it could rip and run. There is so much potential to the upside here, team. Okay? So at this point in time, I'd like to see if we can hold above this 155 level of support, right? Back down towards around maybe these spiking highs, right around 155. If we can't hold that 155, back down around this 139 to 140. Like to see if we can hold one of these two levels of support. And if so, I see great potential for this stock to be able to break and spike up towards around this 230 level and then break up towards around 330 and then maybe that spiking high up towards around 430. So we can see that if we can hold these levels of support and eventually get over $2 today, that's going to put you over $2. It's going to put you also over the 50 SMA. You have room to 230, 330, 430. There is so much potential to the upside today with BBAI. It's a nice lower float stock. It could definitely spike on up. It has a great press release, and it's trading really nice volume. So I definitely want to see if BBAI can eventually get that break over $2. Put it over the 50 SMA. It's above $2, and then we have just great targets and a lot of room in between those targets to the upside. So this stock could definitely rip and run today, assuming the market's hot and assuming we have some good volume and attention here today with BBAI. Okay, so once again, we have support between this 140 and 155 level. Okay, if we end up cracking both of these, we're probably not going to do too much. Like to see one of these two levels hold on up and eventually see the stock above $2. That's when I think it could really take on off to 230, 330, and then into the 430s. And we're just looking at the daily chart, looking left at all of our prior levels of resistance. And these are some great levels, and it definitely shows fantastic potential for today. So at this point in time, BBAI should be and is one of our top stocks to be watching right at the start of the day, guys. Okay, so BBAI, number 2. SNTI, I'm still 50-50 with this stock at this point in time. All right, so shares are trading higher after B of A Securities initiated coverage on the stock with a buy rating and a price target of $7. Okay, but when you look at your leaderboard here, look at your first 10 stocks. How many do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Look at what we have here. 7 stocks ranging from 100% gap up to a 13% gap up. This is the largest float. It's not a large float, but it is the largest float stock that's gapping up. As a penny stock trader, as a trader that likes stocks to rip $1, $2 at a time, I want to find low float stocks. And when I see SNTI, okay, with an okay press release, right? It's not the best. It's okay. Now, if it was like H.C. Wainwright initiating coverage, okay, I'd put a little bit more focus on it. But B of A Securities, not one we see a lot of. So it's not really hyping me up. I look at SNTI, it's only up 22%. I look at the chart, it doesn't really look all that good. We look at the daily chart, you have a lot of resistance at the 20, the 50, the 200 moving average. So you see a lot of resistance overhead, and it's one of the larger float stocks. You compare that to BBAI, for example, it's substantially lower. It's 2/3 lower. It's trading a lot better volume, okay? It has a much better press release, a government contract. And then you look at the daily chart, look at how much potential and how much room in between these targets you have. It's very clear that we could say that BBAI looks much better than SNTI, right? If you had to choose between BBAI and SNTI, which one would you want to focus on? Well, I would say BBAI for those reasons that we just discussed. So I don't know if SNTI is going to be a top stock. Okay, I don't think it's going to be a top stock, but it's definitely a back burner, okay, because it's meeting some of that criteria to be a stock on our watch list for today, just not one of our top stocks to be watching right at 9:30. Okay, so again, we have a press release. The stock is up 21%. We are trading about 3 times the average volume, and it's a medium float stock. It's coming in at 33 million in float. All right, we do have some support. Okay, some support right here around this 170. That's our 20 EMA. Let's see if we can hold above the 20 EMA. Okay, where's resistance? Back up towards around the 50 SMA. That's high a day at 199. If we ever break 199, we could see 227. That's our 200 SMA. So we have potential here with SNTI, but not as much potential as MOTS has, not as much potential as BBAI has. So right now, SNTI is going to be a back burner at this point in time. All right. We also have AXLA. All right, so AXLA was one of our top stocks to watch, but right now at this point in time, it's also going to go on the back burner. So AXLA announcing positive phase 2 studies, okay? But AXLA gave just about everything back. AXLA right now is only up 13%. However, we are trading really nice volume. 2.6 million shares, on average 60,000. So we have great volume. I really like finding stocks that have positive phase 1, phase 2, phase 3 trials meeting primary endpoints. We saw that yesterday with BIIB, and we saw the sympathy movement with a lot of stocks. Those are the best press releases. I really like these positive phase 1, 2, 3 studies, and that's what we have here with AXLA is positive phase 2 studies. Stock is up 13%, trading good volume. Nice low float stock, 20 million in float, guys. All right, but we're just not looking the best here at this point in time. We've really lost a lot of this volume, and we have more selling volume than anything at this point in time. And from a technical perspective, it just doesn't look all that fantastic, right? We are starting to creep our way down towards around 180 support. And guess what? If we open up underneath 192 in between 180, we're going to be under the 20 EMA. We're going to be under the 200 SMA. We're going to be under the 50 SMA. There's a lot of resistance right there at those three indicators. When I look at AXLA and compare it to MOTS and compare it to BBAI, right? I don't see that great potential in between target to target. I see BBAI with a lot of room in between those targets. I see MOTS with a lot of room in between these targets. When I look at AXLA, it's really tight. There's a lot of resistance overhead. I see it struggling a bit more than being able to really get that nice big spike to the upside. Same thing with SNTI. So right now, I'm going to have to put both of these stocks on the back burner. They're meeting that criteria to be watch list worthy stocks, but not the top two stocks that I really want to be watching right at 9:30, guys. Okay, but definitely SNTI, back burner it, has the press release, has good volume, lower float stock, it has potential, but back burner the stock right now. Same thing with AXLA, meeting that criteria, but throw this bad boy on the back burner. Right now, top stocks, guys, absolutely MOTS, 100% BBAI. And then we have a back burner sleeper play for today, guys. Our back burner sleeper play for today is going to be KPRX. Why is KPRX going to be a back burner sleeper play for today? Well, what did ATXI do? ATXI, the day of its reverse stock split, dumped. Friday into Monday. Tuesday, it ripped. Wednesday, not too much. But on our third day after the reverse stock split, the thing ripped. Okay, what are we seeing here with KPRX, right? After that reverse stock split, we didn't really do too much. Yesterday, we didn't do too much. What's today? Today's day 3, and we are slightly gapping up here. So we are starting to get a little bit of a curl here in pre-market. I want to keep this on watch as a back burner sleeper play. We have been seeing these reverse stock splits rip either day 1, day 2, day 3. And we just saw that this week with ATXI. 3 days in, the thing rips, and it was one of our best trades of the day. APRX could do the same thing, but it's not a top stock, right? It may just sit here and flatline and then sell on off to $6, but it has the potential. It is a recent reverse stock split. It has great room to the upside, and it could definitely spike on up. So I'm going to be watching this one over $7.60. I think if we can get a break over the $7.60 level, that's where a lot of volume is going to really start to move on in. Where could we see KPRX go? I would say back up to that high here, right around $8.50. Then I would say $10 and then possibly $11.18 to retest Friday's spiking high in pre-market. So look at how much room we have from $7.60 to $8.50, from $8.50 to $10, from $10 to $11. If this does indeed start to spike as it is on day 3 after its reverse stock split, and it was a 1 to 40. What was ATXI? It was a 1 to 15. So it leads me to believe that KPRX may be able to spike a little bit better than ATXI did. So right now, KPRX, back burner, over 760 with volume. I want to keep it on high watch. This could definitely turn in one of our top stocks for today, but sit back, relax. Don't get in until we see the stock move over that level, until we have volume, until we have activity. Last thing I want you guys to do is jump into KPRX, it do nothing, and you miss the opportunity with, say, BBAI, and you miss the opportunity with MOTS, and you're just sitting here out of capital holding a trade that you should have never gotten in on in the first place. All right, so that is going to be our watch list for today. BBAI and MOTS are the top 2 stocks. Okay, you got AXLA, SNTI as our 2 back burners, and then we have our number 1 back burner sleeper play for today, and that's going to be KPRX. All right, so we got about 5 great stocks with great potential to really get focused on, to do some due diligence on, to get prepared, and to make it happen once those opportunities present themselves. All right, guys? So we're all set there. Let's go ahead and discuss the SPY and the Qs. All right? Let's go ahead and look at the SPY and the Qs. So here we have, let's talk about the Qs first. I want to talk about the Qs first. We pretty much nailed this yesterday. Double bottom, right? Daily double bottom, oversold on the RSI, off the 200-week SMA. Pretty much nailed it, and we hit 280. Okay, I did try to short this yesterday. We saw the double top, the crack of the uptrend with divergence. So I did attempt to short here, and I took the SPY because the SPY actually had a nice little head and shoulders yesterday. Right, where was it? Like right around here. Now I can't even see that. Oh yeah, right here. Duh. You had your left shoulder, your head, you had your right shoulder. So I saw the Qs cracking that uptrend after the double top with divergence. I took a short, but it pretty much stopped me out very quickly, and I'm glad I got out because it would have squeezed me out of that position for a big loss. I broke even. So I did attempt to short yesterday, but we pretty much nailed our analysis. If you go back to yesterday's stream, right around the same time, we were talking about the double bottom formation off the 200-week SMA with RSI being oversold, expecting to see the Qs probably back up towards around Monday and Tuesday's high, around 280. Where did we hit? 280. The SPY, same thing, back up towards around Monday's and Tuesday's high, right around where? 370. What did we hit? 370. So again, pretty spot on. Right now, I can't seem to get an edge with the SPY and the Qs. All right, I can't really seem to get an edge with the SPY and the Qs. I don't know if we'll see too much today. We may see a step back and maybe a breather in the market. So I'm not really able to get a strong edge on the SPY and the Qs, but there's a couple levels that I want you guys to pay attention to in today's market, in today's trading session, guys, okay? I still want everybody watching the Qs at the 200-week SMA, right? Normally, we watch the SPY and then go look at the Qs. That's what I do. Normally, I'm watching the SPY to kind of dictate what everything else is going to do. I've been watching the Qs to kind of dictate what everything's going to do because the Qs are right at a key level, right? The Qs have been right at this key level since Friday, pretty close on Monday, here on Tuesday, was taking some heat yesterday and on Wednesday. I really want to focus on the Qs here because I, do believe the Qs are going to make a decision first, and then we see everything else trickle and follow suit. So the Qs are really, really close to their 200-week SMA. The SPY is still pretty far away, guys, right? The SPY's 200-week SMA is down at 358, right? We're trading at 366. There's a big difference here of about $8. The Qs, there's not that big of a difference here between 272.45 and 276. So the Qs here, that's support at this point in time. That's going to be your main level of support that you want to see hold on up if we officially bottom for this year and we are going to rally and have a Santa Claus rally, right? And if we're going to move higher back up to 293 and then 306, this would be your bottom. At any point in time, we see the Qs crack below that 200-week SMA. Not only am I looking to go maybe 45, 60 days out on some put contracts, I'll also be looking to go 45 to 60 days out on some SPY put contracts, and I'll also be looking to sell some cash secured puts on a lot of these stocks that I really, really like, that I want to own and I want to add to my portfolio. And especially if we see the VIX ever get above 40, which I do believe. The Qs crack below the 200-week SMA and they start dumping, that's going to pull the overall market down. The SPYs eventually get a crack below its 200-week SMA. The VIX probably breaking over 40. Option contracts and the premiums being juiced up a little bit. That's going to be a sweet, great time to be selling some cash secured puts, even if you're not assigned those 100 shares. I mean, those premiums are going to be nice and it's going to be worth it. And even if you are assigned, you're buying these stocks at the prices you want to buy them at anyway. So it's a great way to make some passive income. And that's exactly what I'm looking to do if all three of those things really play on out in the coming weeks, which I think it can. But right now, I don't want to be biased to that. I want to play what we have today. Okay, so from a day trade, intraday perspective, let's watch the Qs above 275 for a possible break of the downtrend. We ever break below 275, we know where support's at 272.45. All All right. And again, that's the 200-week SMA. We crack below that level. The next level of support, and it's a key level of support, is those June lows. Okay. Down around 269.36. Okay. So these are your 3 support levels. Keep this on high watch. Right now it's 275. We ever break the downtrend, we have room back up to yesterday's high of day. Same thing with the SPY. Watch the SPY around 365 support. We ever break the downtrend, we have room back up to yesterday's high of day. If we ever crack below 365 on the SPY, where do you think it's going? Well, it's probably coming down to that 200-week SMA, and the 200-week SMA is right around Wednesday's pre-market lows at 358.20. All right, so if we ever crack the support level, watch for the SPY to come back down to its 200-week SMA. If we ever crack the support level in the Qs, watch for the Qs to come back down to that 200-week SMA, and then that June low at not 3. My dyslexia is kicking my butt today. 269.36. That's your June low there on the Qs. But if you hold support on the Qs, and you hold support on the SPY, and you break the downturn on the SPY, and you break the downturn on the Qs, just simply look for a long trade in this continuation off yesterday's nice day, right? I wouldn't be shocked if we had a continuation today off yesterday's high volume day after pretty much pushing out of oversold territories back up to yesterday's high. There's great potential, guys, on the SPY and the Qs to the long side as well. So that's kind of your plan, and that's your mindset, and that's your approach today here on the SPY and the Qs, guys. But what I want to do is see what you guys are thinking. What stock do you, inside the chat members, think is going to be the number 1 stock for today? Do you think that number 1 stock is going to be BBAI? Do you think the number 1 stock today is going to be MOTS? Do you think the number 1 stock today is going to be AXLA? That's a back burner right now. Do you think it's going to be SNTI? Or do you think the number 1 stock today is that back burner sleeper play, KPRX? Go ahead and cast your vote, guys. You got about 50 seconds to do so. You got about 50 seconds to do so. Go ahead and cast your votes. I want to see each and every one of you inside the chat choosing what stock you think has the best potential for today. Right at the top of your message box, you'll see the poll. What stock do you think will do the best? I want to see everybody inside the chat casting those votes. Let's make it happen, guys. You got 20 seconds to make it happen. It takes 5 seconds. Let's see what you guys are thinking. Right now, we have BBAI, 54% saying BBAI. Let's go with BBAI out of the gate. Let's go with BBAI right out of the gate then. Let's see what you let's see if you guys are right here. 58% of chat saying BBAI. Go ahead and get those scanners up and loaded. So we are all set, ready to rock and roll. Again, top 2, MOTS and BBAI. BBAI getting that bounce off our 155 support level. Like I said, we start to break that 50 SMA. That's right around those pre-market highs. We have great potential to see the stock really take on off. Already getting some great action, team. Already getting some great action here on BBAI. Got tons of volume moving into, guys. Tons of volume moving on in. You had over 1 million shares in the first minute. Again, BBAI had one of the best press releases today as well. Again, getting that government contract from the U.S. Army, $14 million. Those are great press releases. The stock just spiked on up from 160 to 173. Let's see if she pulls back a little bit. Support 155 on BBAI. Support's at 155 on BBAI. What's up with HPCO? I'm curious. HPCO is hitting the high today momentum scanner. HPCO is getting some random volume right now. Again, I'm not in BBAI right now at this point in time, but I'm definitely interested in trading this today when it gives me my type of setup. Right now, we have room to that 180. Is it 184? Yes, it's 184 is where we have room to on BBAI. That's going to put you right at pre-market highs. That's going to put you right at your 50 SMA as well. So that is resistance right now at this point in time, is this blue line here on BBAI. That blue line is the 50 SMA. It's actually at 185, 184. It's kind of just in between that 185, 184, but that puts you right around that pre-market high, and that's your 50 SMA here on BBAI. Over that, $2, just a psychological resistance level, and then 230. And then that's when we really start opening on up, and we have just massive potential to the upside. Again, why is HPCO moving right now? HPCO. Why is this stock why is this stock moving on up? HPCO. I also see ATXI is squeezing as well. ATXI just hit 51 new highs of day. HPCO is getting some action as well here. ATXI is trying to get it again. So there's nothing here yet on BBAI. You just got a lot of these upper shadows, a lot of these upper shadows, a lot of these upper shadows. I think it's going to pull back a little bit more. MOTS is just curling on off. Supports at 366. AXLA, I'm just not a fan that it's below all of those moving averages. Why is HPCO ripping? I can't find a reason as to why HPCO is ripping on up, but this stock is ripping. It's already up right now at this point in time from $2.40 to $3 here on HPCO. What's going on with HPCO? Do we have any filings? September 2nd was the last filing. Not seeing any news here on HPCO. Is this just a typical pump and dump on HPCO? We'll watch it. We'll watch HPCO. Also, ATXI, guys. And here's the deal with ATXI. Where's that 200 SMA? This is a trade that we actually took the other day. It was the break and retest above the 200 SMA once it broke above. And it was a profitable trade here. It was a decent little trade there on ATXI off that break and retest over your 200 SMA. So you could see a nice little spike on up. But one thing I want to point out, large upper shadow, large upper shadow, large upper shadow, large upper shadow, large upper shadow. It likes to try and break that 200 SMA, but it's struggled. It's failed 1, 2, 3, 4 times. So it's going to be very tough. If you see ATXI falling back below the 200 SMA, then it's probably going to just fade on off to like $6 today, possibly. Probably back down to $6 if it fades on off. The stock is shortable. Seeing these large upper shadow, large upper shadow, large upper shadow. Stock is shortable. If it ever cracks back below $7 in the 200 SMA, we know it could leave a nice big upper shadow, and we could see it back down maybe around 650 here on ATXI. Definitely thinking about a possible short if we ever do fall back below that 200 SMA. There's a lot of movement. Now look at like ADTX. Now you're starting to see ADTX move on up here a little bit. It's at 366 at this point in time here on ADTX. So you're starting to see some of these recent reverse stock splits get a little bit of action to the upside, right? So now you got ADTX trying to push on up here, guys, right? You have ATXI trying to push on up here. Are we going to hold on up? Or are we going to be able to follow through? Is KPRX going to start getting that action, right? Only time will tell. But right now, I don't see anything I want to be getting involved with. BBAI, I just see a lot of upper shadows here. And we're just really close to resistance, right? We're about 15 cents away from resistance and about 15 cents away to support. So you're just kind of what I call in the uncertainty zone. You're in between support and resistance. So I'm not really seeing anything with BBAI that I want to get involved with. But hey, check out MOTS. MOTS right now, you could look for a dip buy opportunity on MOTS down around that 50 SMA. The stock is just selling on off. You haven't seen a single red candle or a single green candle yet. You throw this on a 5-minute time frame. If this is decreasing volume, about 3 candles, 4 or 5 candles. Okay, if you get 3 to 5 candles down here on MOTS on the 5-minute time frame on decreasing volume, and your final candle holds support. In this case, support would be your 20 EMA, and it forms a doji. Okay, that's a 5-minute reversal strategy. You guys should know what a 5-minute reversal strategy is. If you don't know what a 5-minute reversal strategy is, dive into the video lessons library and check that out. But what you could see is a potential 5-minute reversal strategy here over on MOTS. So that's maybe something worth watching. It's going to put you right around the 20 EMA on the 5-minute time frame. It's going to put you right at your 50 SMA on the daily, and you could see those 3 to 5 candles at that support level, followed by your doji, and then get your 5-minute reversal back on up to your VWAP. And that is a great target. So this looks decent for a 5-minute reversal on MOTS. Absolutely worth watching, 100%. Right now, I want to keep my eyes peeled on some of these newer reverse stock splits. I want to keep my eyes peeled on some of these newer reverse stock splits, such as ATXI, as we're seeing ADTX really get some steam, and we're seeing ATXI get some steam as well. I want to see if ATXI can hold the 200 SMA and eventually break on out. If not, we start cracking below 7. Might be a good short here. Watch for a bounce on the Qs at the 200-week SMA. You can get a scalp. You can bounce that. You can definitely grab that for a bounce at the 200-week SMA on the Qs at 272.45. And you could scalp that for about 50 cents to $1 if we dump on off very fast and very aggressive into that price point. So that's definitely something to keep on watch there. You got a lot of stocks moving. You got ADTX still trying to move on up. You got PEPG. Really focus on what stock you think has the best potential. I'm not a fan of BBAI just yet. MOTS, maybe you get your 5-minute reversal here. Definitely keep this on high watch for your potential 5-minute reversal strategy on MOTS. Right? Those are nice, high reward, Low risk strategies. They're super easy. If you're watching SNTI, if you're in SNTI for any reason, resistance is at high a day. I'm not long on anything right now. I'm personally looking to see where the best trade is. Where's the best opportunity? I think it could be here on ATXI. I think we could see ATXI for that break and retest of the 200 SMA. And to get a nice little break of this downtrend. I do have shares located to short just in case I want to jump into the short side as well. And I may want to jump into the short side if we start to crack below that 200 SMA at 695, 694. Can we get a quick little pop back up? Quick little pop back up for a better fill. Quick little pop back up for a better fill. Take a smaller position here. We'll take a smaller position here on ATXI as we're starting to crack below that 200 SMA, and we know that it likes to leave a lot of upper shadows. It likes to leave a lot of upper shadows. So let's see what we have going on here with ATXI. Let's see if we can start cracking on off here a little bit. See if we can start cracking on down a little bit here. I'm going to go ahead and just even that position out. I always go 625, 625. But I didn't get 1,200 shares this time. I only got 600 shares this time. Let's see if we can start dumping on off here on ATXI. We have room down to that 650 mark. There's 672. There's 667. We're below the 200 SMA now, which is great. We always leave these upper shadows. We try to get over, and then we dump on off. Again, we're looking maybe back down towards around that 620, 630 region here on ATXI to cover. Every time we break, we try and retest the 200 SMA. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. But when we crack the 200 SMA, we do flush and we do fade. So what happened? We cracked that 200 SMA. Upper shadow, upper shadow, upper shadow, upper shadow, upper shadow. Well, guess what? The second we crack below the 200 SMA, showing that we're going to probably leave that big upper shadow, I want to short that stock. It was well worth the locate. It was very cheap. Excuse me. I'm not happy with the fill. I would have preferred a 695 fill. It's a 683, but it's okay. And we're going to look to see if we get that nice little fade back down towards around these lows, right around maybe like 627, 630. Be patient with it and see if we can get that extra 50 cents on down. May have an add to this. I may add to this position if we ever do bounce back up and retest the 200 SMA. You guys should have just gotten your QQQ position right at the 200-week SMA at 272.45. You guys would already be up about 75 cents. Those options would have printed. Those options would have printed. That was your dip buy at the 200-week SMA on QQQ. You guys should have just taken that position. You guys would have a nice 50 cent to 75 cent bounce in literally 2 minutes. That would have been a great trade. Good job if you guys got it. In and out quick, right? Dip buys. That was a dip buy. If you don't know what dip buys are, you need to get inside that video lessons library, right? And watch the dip buy lesson. It came right down to the penny. To the penny. You could have had that finger on the trigger ready to go. The second you see the Qs hit that price, boom, you're in those contracts. Boom, it pops on up 50 cents. Boom, you're out of those contracts. Just made a nice big profit. Okay, I'm still being patient here with ATXI. Want to see it fade and fall. I'm looking at what it did yesterday. It cracked, retested, and then fell. Right now we're cracking, retesting, looking for that next leg down. I'm literally going to give someone access to my accounts and let them trade them for me. There's so many opportunities that I see that I would love to be able to go boom, 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 trade them all. But it's hard. Let's do a prop firm. Let's do like the alpha prop firm. I'm just going to bring on some traders inside of chat that are fantastic. And when I'm commentating and scanning the market and I see these plays, boom, you're on top of it. You're taking the trades. You're taking the trades. You're taking the trades. You're making it happen. We'll split up. 60-40, guys. That means we won't miss any opportunity. Be APF. We'll title it APF, the Alpha Prop Firm. Should I go for an ad here, or should I just hold this small position I have? I was like, do I go for an ad here off this retest, or should I go ahead and just hold the 600? I think I'll just hold this 600 now at this point in time. I just want to see that next leg down. I kind of want to add to it, but we'll just let it drop on down. Let it drop on down towards around that 627, 630 level. If it will, drop on down, which it's just not really getting that drop yet. I really don't want to see it squeezing back above that 200 SMA. And it's not really dropping as fast as I'd like to see it drop. You just got another opportunity on the Qs for a dip buy if you missed it. Another to the penny entry off that 200-week SMA, guys. I feel like I'm missing opportunities on the Qs. I kind of want to get out of this ATXI position because there's a lot of great potential there on the Qs back to back. And ATXI, not really getting that drop on down quick as I'd like to see it. Give it a few more seconds here, but not really doing what I wanted to do. It was the right idea, the right entry, the right short, but it's not getting that drop as quick as I thought it was going to get it. As long as it's below the 200 SMA, though, I'm okay with it. Today, Junior. Today, Junior, are you gonna fall a little bit? You gonna do your thing? Or you got your little crack and retest here? You gotta just go bloop? You gonna drop a little bit? Just trying to make a couple pennies. That's it. Just trying to make a couple pennies. That's all. All I want's a couple pennies out of you. Not asking for a lot. There we go. There we go. Oh, that was good. That's what we wanted. I was just asking for a little bit. Just asking for a little bit. Are we getting halted to the downside? Oh, that'd be great. I'd love to get stuck in a halt to the downside. That'd be great. That happened pretty quick, too. That was good. That was a good feeling. That was a good feeling being patient. I added to it right at 675 as well. I added to it. I got to get out. I'll take it. 300 bucks. Not bad. That's a nice little trade. Nice little trade there. Just a little drop. Just a little drop. Go bye-bye. All right, cool. That was a good locate. It was worth the 50 bucks to locate that. So we're good. ADTX is still moving on up a little bit. ATXI, I'm taking it off the watch list. Unless you guys want me to review that trade with you on ATXI. Be more than happy to review that. Why did I short it? Why did I get in? Etc., etc. Again, I want to explain everything that I do. But if you guys fully understand, which, I mean, I hope you do, because I commentated the crap out of it. Yeah, so here's the quick little recap on ATXI. Okay? So, the first thing that I notice is every time it spikes, it gives everything back. It spikes, it gives a lot back. It spikes, it gives a lot back. It spikes, it gives a lot back. So I see that the stock likes to spike and then give a lot back. That is the first reason I'm thinking short. Okay? Number two, every time it spikes and gives a lot back, where does it come back down below? Where are we really seeing resistance? The 200-day moving average. See? Tried to get above the 200 SMA. It couldn't. Came right back down below. Tried to get above the 200 SMA. It couldn't. came below, came below, came below. Well, this is the 5th time that we've attempted to break the 200 SMA. This will be the 5th time we've attempted to break the 200 SMA. Okay? But every time we've attempted to break the SMA, what happens? It comes right back below. Reason number 2, right? If we fail to hold the 200 SMA, it's probably going to fall back below like it did here, 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 and here. So I want to go back and look at what happened yesterday, right? Because the stock yesterday attempted to break the 200 SMA. It spiked, gave a lot back, and it failed. What happened yesterday? So here's the 200 SMA yesterday. The stock spiked on up, okay? Came back down, and it failed to hold the 200 SMA. And the second it failed to hold the 200 SMA, it dumped on off towards around the 625 level. So today, I'm thinking the same thing, okay? The stock spiked on up. It likes to give a lot back after it spikes on up. I'm thinking short. Number 2, when it spikes on up, it tries to get above the 200 SMA, but it fails. And the second it drops back below the 200 SMA, it likes to dump on off. Reason number 2 for a short. Then all I have to do is wait for the stock to drop below its 200 SMA for a short position, because that's just what's happened the last 4 times. Every time it's done just that, it's dumped on off into the 620s. So I know exactly where I want to get short, below the 200 SMA at 695. I know exactly where I want to cover my position, where it seems to come back down to into the 620s, 630s, okay? And where's my stop loss? If it doesn't just dump on off, right? If it cracks below the 200 SMA, and it does exactly what it has done the last 4 times and exactly what I'm looking for to get the short, but it doesn't dump on off like it has, and it starts to push back up, 7, 705, 710, I walk away from it, because that's not what it's supposed to do, right? It's not supposed to do that. It's supposed to dump on off. So the second we crack below the 200 SMA, I got in. I'm feeling pretty good. It dumped on off. And then it started to come back up for a retest. Then it dumped on off. Where did it dump on off to? Into the 630s. So that was the reasoning behind the trade, was just every time it spikes, it dumps on back off. It's trying to spike above the 200 SMA, and when it does spike above the 200 SMA, and it fails to hold it, it dumps on off. That's when the dump on off happens. Spike on up, failing to hold the 200 SMA, crack below it, dump on off. So today, what do we see? Spike on up, failing to hold the 200 SMA, dump on off. So I was just looking to play the consistency in what we've seen happen over the last, 4 days. No, not 4 days, but 4 times that the stock spiked on up. That was the reasoning behind the trade there. Still watching ADTX at this point in time. KPRX is pretty dead. We're going to put that at the very, very bottom of the watch list. You still like BBAI? I don't like how slow it is personally. It's just very slow and very choppy. But if you like it, you like it for sure. You know where support and resistance is at. I'm personally not a fan of it. You're starting to get you're trying to get that 5-minute reversal on MOTS. The first 5-minute candle to make a new high confirms entries. That's a 5-minute reversal strategy. Is again the first 5-minute candle to make a new high confirms your entry. Stop losses go below that last candle's low. So for example, if this candle, oh no, because there's no doji. Well, I mean, yeah, there is. There's a little bit of a doji here. Typically, you want to see spinning tops. Those look a lot better, but you got a little hammer. It's nothing crazy. But for example, if this was a beautiful doji, first 5-minute candle to make a new high would confirm an entry at 375. Stops go below that candle, and that would be at a 362. So you know entry, you know stop loss. Entry, stop loss on a 5-minute reversal. You're just looking for the first 5-minute candle to make a new high. Makes a new high, you make your entry. If that candle drops below the prior candle's low, you get out. You got nice tight stops. Where's your target? 9 EMA target, and then VWAP target. That's how you trade a 5-minute reversal. So wait for a doji to form. Wait for the first 5-minute candle to make a new high. That's your entry. Stops go underneath the previous candle's low. Your first target's the 9 EMA. Your second target's the VWAP. And your support level right now is, number 1, the 50 SMA on the daily chart. Okay, number 2, the 20 EMA on the 5-minute time frame. Pretty nice little setup. And we do have a 45-minute long lesson in the video lessons library that walks you through that step by step by step by step. That was a quick little run through, but you need a little bit more education behind it. But definitely. Can I point to a spinning top doji? If I see one, most definitely. If I see one, absolutely. I'll show you what a spinning top looks like. I'll point to one. I can also show you what a spinning top looks like. Spinning tops form at the tops of uptrends and at the bottoms of downtrends. So it has an equal upper shadow and an equal lower shadow with a very thin body. So that's going to be spinning top. Usually something like this, a long shadow up and down. That's typically a spinning top. If I find one, I'll show it to you. So SNTI, I know it's still grinding on up, guys, but it's one of those really slow, steady grinders. If you like it, you like it. You know where your support and resistance levels are at here on SNTI, right? It's a very slow grinder. I'm not a fan of the slow grinders, but you know where your support resistance levels are. If we ever see something really clean set up on the stack, really clean, without having to try and justify a trade and sit here and like talk ourselves into, okay, this is good. If it presents itself, it presents itself. But right now, let it do its thing. I'm not seeing too much there personally. Again, BBAI is just really, really choppy and slow here. Cracking its trend line as well. Not a fan. The Qs literally gave you so many opportunities for the dip buy. Look at your first dip buy opportunity. Boom. You got $1 out of it. You guys better be locking in some profits on the Qs. That was just simple. Simple, simple, simple. Dip buy strategy off a very, very key level of support, guys. And we know that that 272.45 was a extremely key level of support. And where did it come down to? Came down to 242.47. So your trade was there. 100%. Good job. I want to see if we're going to consolidate and double bottom and what we're going to do here. The longer, I think it might just consolidate for the next 15 to 30 minutes like it did the other day. Oof, that sucks. Yep, that was a false 5-minute reversal, but your stops are nice and tight. That's the beautiful thing. Your entries are at 375. You got a hard stop in the system at 360. What was the low on this candle? 373. So your stops are only 12 cents. But here's the thing as well. Did you guys have any potential? Yeah, I didn't have any potential for profit. So it was just a failed 5-minute reversal. It was a failed 5-minute reversal. But when they work out, they're really nice. They're really nice. MOTS, lowest float stock on the leaderboard, right? MOTS also dropping a really, really decent, right? Decent press release. Low float. Yeah, this one's giving a lot back right now for sure. MOTS, we can take that off the watch list. Yeah, next target is the June low on the Qs. Next target is June low here on the Qs. So I would say, yeah, June lows, 269.36. Yep, 260. So I put my candle over, my cursor over that candle and see what the actual low was. And the actual low was 269.28. 269.28 was the exact low. How's the SPY looking? SPY's looking pretty weak as well, guys. The SPY could bounce off Monday's low of day, right? Monday's low of day here on the SPY was, what was the low here? 360.87. Okay, probably see it bounce there. You are back below the low from June, which was 362.17. So right now you are starting to dip below 362.17. That was the June low. Your next target would be Monday's low, 360.87. And then the 200-week SMA on the SPY is still right here. It's actually at 358.19. So that 200-week SMA here on the SPY is right here at that 358.19. And that's going to be where the markets are most likely headed to bounce next. The Qs, let's make sure we have that correct as well. And it was that 44. Yep, 44. So let's adjust that. It just changed a little bit to 44. We're good there. Look for a crack and retest, right? Look for a crack and retest. Don't chase it right now. You know, you're going to have two things that probably happen here. You have two things that happen here with the Qs. You're like, okay, what's next? What's next, Josh? What's the most likely outcome for the Qs? Either A, you get this nice crack and retest, and you see the next leg down, okay? Or this is a false crack, and you're going to see it come back up and maybe break, come through, retest, and probably continue higher. So if this is a false crack of the 200-week SMA, and you see the markets get back above that level, and you see it turn back into support, maybe a little bit of a reversal setup here on the Qs. Those are probably the two most likely things to see take place here on the Qs, right? If you're looking for the continuation, you got great room to the downside, right? Fantastic room below 270. You just wait for your crack, wait for your retest, and wait for your next leg down to play your puts. Your entries would be on that retest of the 200-week SMA as resistance, and it's your prior day low. It's your prior low of the day, right? That's, you know, if you want to play those puts, you got to wait for the retest. But if it doesn't, say retest, and it comes back up and breaks above, and you see it turn back into support, at that point in time, you would have a potential little reversal. You'd want to be playing some calls to the long side and look for the thing to possibly reverse into that VWAP and play some calls. So you got to really sit back and wait to see which one of those two things happen. Crack and retest, play your puts, or it's going to be a break and retest, a little bit of a reversal setup, play your calls. Okay, SNTI finally getting some juice to it. Finally getting some action. It's been a slow grinder, but now we're starting to really open on up here. So we did just break above. Go to that daily chart. We just broke above the 50 SMA, guys. That's a good first start. Now you have room to 226. So you can play this from 2 to 226. That's about a 10% window. About a 10% window of opportunity here. Above your 50 SMA. Your 50 SMA is right there, guys, at 199. Where's your 200 SMA? 200 SMA is at 226. Okay? So keep this on high watch. Okay, look for a break and retest. As long as you hold the 50 SMA, you are good to the long side up towards around 226. You're looking to make 25 cents of profit. Your risk is only 12 cents. That means your stop loss would have to go at 188 for this to be a 2-to-1 setup on your break and retest. Is the SPY going for its little double bottom here? A little bit of a double bottom on the SPY like we saw on the Qs, right? The Qs had a really nice double bottom. Is the SPY going for its little double bottom today? We shall see. I don't know, a bounce off that 360.87 could be a little bit of that double bottom formation. We could see a little bit of an intraday reversal. Run yourself a downtrend here on the SPY from these highs into these lower highs. Run a little bit of this downtrend, and let's see if we have a downtrend that is respected here. Yeah, I wasn't a fan. Excuse me, guys. Not a fan of BBAI. It just was really, really, really slow. Tons of upper shadows. Tons of upper shadows. Yeah, I say we just watch the SPY and the Qs for those cracks and retests. I say we just watch the SPY and the Qs right now, as this is where the next best opportunity is most likely going to be. And we get a quick little position here on the SPY for some puts here. I may be a little late, but I want to see if we can catch that on down to those lows. We got our puts. I may not have enough time because it's not reset. Where are we at on the Qs? Qs 72, 372. Not in yet, but I'm thinking about it off that downtrend for the continuation. Stops would be nice and tight. If we broke that downtrend, that's where you'd want to get out if you broke that downtrend. So I am long on some puts here. I gotta fill at 357 on 5 contracts. I gotta fill at 357 on 5 put contracts on the Qs. 272 put contracts. Looking for that continuation move on down. I'm gonna keep it nice and tight. Nice and tight. If it doesn't just drop on off, I don't want to be in these. I don't want to take a lot of heat. I want to see that continuation below 271. I'm going to get out of those and look for a re-entry. I'm not a fan because we're starting to bounce on up, and every time that happens, sometimes we get those big drops, little bounce, nice drop, little bounce, and then you get a more of a shallow drop, and that was a very shallow drop. I was really looking for it to open up, and we're just kind of losing momentum to the downside, right? You see that massive momentum on down, and then less momentum and substantially less momentum, right? And then when you usually see these, sometimes those do end up holding and reversing a little bit longer. So, you know, if that would have dropped here off that downtrend, plus I didn't like my entry, right? I wanted to get the entry right off the downtrend. I got my entry down here. If I got it right here, I would have scalped it on through because that would have been a nice 50-cent drop. I was a little late on my entry because I had to go through and reset from SPY to Qs and have those update. So since it didn't just drop and tank, I went ahead and just got out for a $40 loss. I'd rather take a small $40 paper cut than see this thing squeeze on up and take a much bigger loss. Especially seeing that momentum kind of die off to the downside, and we see momentum increasing here. You got a little bit of this divergence. I just want to play it safe. I didn't get my entry right where I wanted, so I'm going to go ahead and walk away for a sec. Look for a little bit of a better setup. sit back and look for a better setup. So with penny stocks, there's really not too much going on in penny stock land, guys. It's pretty slow. MOTS, still fading and falling. SNTI is the only play right now above its 50 SMA. It's like the only play right now above its 50 SMA. That's the only thing, but it's not the best looking stock by any means. BBAI, dumping on off. SSNT. What's up with SSNT? Silver Sun Technology shares trade higher after the company announced it entered into a definitive agreement and plan of merger with Rhodium Enterprises. We got merger news here on SSNT. The stock right now is attempting to hold above its 200 SMA on the daily. Maybe we'll watch SSNT. But I'm not a fan of it. And with ADTX, starting to kind of curl on over here a little bit. Should have definitely held those puts, but I thought it was the right decision to walk away at that point in time. It just made sense. I felt like I was a little too late for my ideal trade. And if I would have been wrong, it could have been really costly. I think I made the right decision there, knowing I wanted to get the entry off that downtrend. And I felt like I got it as it was cracking that low. So just because I didn't really get the best entry I wanted, I felt like it was the best decision to go ahead and get out of that because I was taking about 50 cents of more risk, and I didn't really want to take that. And I could always look to get right back in. Those puts are printing, though. I'm not going to lie. Those puts are printing. That would have been a very nice trade. Would have been about $200-300 trade there. But it's okay. Could have been a $200 to $300 loss. So again, just in that moment, I liked it. I liked it a lot. It just took me a second to make my entry there. I had the SPY typed up. I was going to go with SPY. Then I flipped over the Qs to reset the chain because with Fidelity, it's kind of odd. Sometimes if you don't have any activity, it kind of becomes stagnant on the chain and the prices aren't correct. Weird. But yeah, my trade was here off the downtrend. I feel like I got in right here. I got in like right here, and look at the difference. It's not a huge difference, but that's 50 cents, guys. That's 50 cents. I'm trading a tomorrow expiration in the money with a 60 delta. So that means per contract, that's $30 per contract. I had 5 contracts. I was taking on an additional $150 of risk, or basically, you know, I already missed out on $150 of profit. Because I got in here 50 cents too late. Because that's 50 cents on a 60 delta is $30 a contract times 5 contracts. That's $150. So if I got in here, I would have already been up 150. I would have held this trade. But getting in here, that would have made me down 150. And my stop loss would have been way too much. So I felt like I had to get out. That was my reason. But, I mean, they're printing right now. They're absolutely printing. But it was the right thing to do. You feel like you're not in the right trade, you feel like I shouldn't be in right now, especially if you're trading options, right? Just get out, walk away. You can always get back in. That's how I look at it. But you guys took that and you guys were a little bit more confident with your position and your trade and you held it. Good job. I just wasn't based on the entry. And I'll show you guys right here. I'll go ahead and float that window out. Right, so my fill was right there at 357 on the 272 put contracts for tomorrow at a 272. I may actually play next Fridays. I may play next week's today. But I was on a 272, 357 fill, 5 contracts. right? And I got out at 350, right? Because I got in right here. And then right here, I said, I think it's a good idea to get out. So I took a 7 cent per contract loss. Do the math. 5 times 7, 40 bucks. 35 bucks, 40 bucks was my loss. I'd rather take a small paper cut than sit there and take a $200-300 loss and be like, man, I wish I would have just listened to my gut. Right? How many times have you had that gut feeling? You're like, I shouldn't really be in this right now. I feel like I'm late. And you're like, F it. And then it freaking goes against you. And you're like, man, I should have listened to my gut. It happens a lot. Listen to the gut. Right? Now, every now and then you listen to your gut, and the gut was the wrong decision. But I'd rather sit here and watch it continue to develop and continue to read this chart and continue to build plans for my next trade versus, right, without feeling like crap that I took a big loss, right? Versus, oh, I'm a little late. Oh, the gut's saying I'm late. I'm going to hold a little bit longer. Oh, mother. And then watching it turn into a $300, $400, $500 loss. And now you're sitting here revenge trading. You see the difference? Listen to the gut. I did. Okay. It went in my direction. I could have made $300. Okay. Great. I called it right. That's fantastic. I'm a little bit more confident now. Okay. I'm not sitting here looking at a $300, $400 loss. I'm looking at a $40 loss. I felt like I did the right thing. I'm clear-minded. I'm level-headed. I'm not trading based on emotions. I'm not revenge trading, right? Yeah. Am I disappointed? Not really, because I called it. I was right. And now I have time to reassess and redo some due diligence and see where the next best opportunity is versus not listening to the gut. Should have listened to the gut. It squeezed me out. And now I'm sitting here kind of blacked out that I took a larger loss than I wanted to and have to sit there and dig myself out a $300, $400 hole. So right now, looking for the next best trade. I'm going to throw this on a 3-minute time frame because I want to play this on a higher time frame. I've been doing really well at the 3 and the 5 with the SPY and the Qs lately. So, I want to see a full-blown retest of that 200-week SMA. I want to see a full-blown retest of that 200-week SMA. Scalp on the QQQ drop. Good job, Mr. Hunter. Well done. 9%? Good job, man. That's a good profit. Stir coming in with $300 on the day. Well done. Cole with a nice little $60 trade. Good job. Between my two accounts, I am personally up about $300 on the day. You got about $342 here on my main account. And then a $40 small little paper cut there over on my Fidelity account where I'm going to be trading more options with you guys. Go ahead and throw that up inside of Profits chat as well. Not a bad little day. Not a bad little day. I'll take it. Got a nice little one and done there. Maybe a one and done. It depends on if we see any other opportunity, but we're not really seeing too much today, right? SSNT doesn't look good at all. SSNT kind of looks like crap. KPRX, there's nothing here. ADTX is still trying to get some actions towards it, 53 Johnny, well done, buddy. Good job, good job, good job. What I'm talking about. Still going to be watching ADTX here. Maybe we get a nice little ascending triangle. Starting to get a little bit of this ascending triangle breakout formation on ADTX. So nice rip on up. Pulling back to the trend line with a higher low, double bottom. Back up to resistance to the T. We can come back down and hit the trend line for the 4th time and hold that trend line with a higher low. I do believe we get a break over $4 off this ascending triangle breakout formation. Where could we see ADTX go? Well, let's go ahead and just look left And let's see where we could see this bad boy go. I would say up towards around 430 is definitely a good area of resistance. And then between 484 and then $5, then maybe we could see like $8.75 out of this. Be like $8.75. That's a possibility. So we'll have to see what this stock is going to do coming on up, guys. It's asking for a lot to get all the way up towards around $8.75, but the stock has ripped before. I mean, how high did this stock spike on up here recently? 30 bucks? Yeah, 30 bucks. Not saying that's going to happen, but we'll see. One sec, guys. 1 second. I'm just getting my stuff logged until I get it automatically set up. If you have any questions, let me know. We're just kind of sitting back waiting for the Qs to give us our next best entry. I want to see if we can get back up to that 200-week SMA on the Qs. You just broke that little downturn on the SPY. And the SPY is right at that low from Monday. Was that Monday? No, that was going to be Tuesday. Tuesday's low of day here. See if it's going to hold on up and maybe give us a little daily double bottom. I mean, time will tell. Let's see what we got here, guys. As far as penny stocks go, we take a look at BBAI. There's nothing here. SNTI, very choppy, little all over the place. ADTX could still hold these higher lows and break 4 up to 430. It's worth watching. APRX is absolutely dead, and then SSNT is dead as well. So there's not too much with pennies either, guys. It's a very slow day in the market. Very slow day in the market. But the SPY and the Qs have 90% of our focus and 90% of our attention right now. Yeah, I just got into open floor and I was reading those messages. Absolutely. Jake, God bless, man. Prayers with you. Take care of them. From our family to yours, and from AlphaDayTrading, the family here, to yours as well. Again, prayers to you and your family. Again, we're here for you. If you never need anything, ask anyone in chat, reach out to me directly. I'm always here for you, man. Ladies and gentlemen, what do we have going on at this point in time? Can we get some ADTX love here? Can ADTX give us some love off that maybe ascending triangle breakout? Can we get some love? Really seeing it. Yeah, it's very quiet. Who's all here right now? I know everybody's probably listening and hanging out, but let me ask like a straight up question. Why is chat usually quiet? Besides, you know, I'm working at the same time. Yeah, if you guys are like here, listening, paying attention, why is chat quiet? Why don't we engage more? I'm genuinely like curious why there's not more engagement and more communication going on. Because that's the whole point of a community, is to talk to one another, to share and exchange ideas with one another, to pick each other's brains. You can learn a lot from each other inside a chat, not just me. I am curious though, because I mean, I could see the back end, how many individuals we have logged in. We have over 60 active logged in people right now. Like inside the chat, there's 60 people logged in the chat in this platform right now. This morning we had a little over 100, so there's like 60 individuals. I'm curious, why aren't there not maybe like 5 or 10 that are chatting? I want to see more engagement, guys. I really do. I understand that, you know, some have jobs, full-time jobs, some are, but, you know, a lot of it, I think, because I was a new trader at one point and in a community at one point, I think a lot of it was, I don't know, maybe shy, bashful to speak up. That was me personally. Sometimes I wouldn't talk and I wouldn't speak up because I was just a little, like, maybe nervous to talk, to speak. And I always had all these questions, but I would never ask. Placid likes to chat it up in the afternoon. I gotcha. That makes a lot of sense. Again, I like some good feedback. I'm genuinely curious. Genuinely curious. Because I even see members email me with questions. And that's fine. Email me with questions. But it's a question that I could give you an answer inside a chat. And I was like, why would you email me? And again, don't take this the wrong way, but I'm, again, curious. Why would you email me a question when the best response I can give you is on the live stream with an example? Why not ask that question inside a chat? It blows my mind. So I just want chat to be used a little bit more and engaged a little bit more, and because we're going to grow this platform and we're going to bring on more leaders and mentors, and I got a few calls today. Just want this. I want you guys to use it and abuse it the way it was that was built for. Right? I want you guys using it and abusing it the way it was built for. Right? I want you guys every single day being able to learn something new. That's my goal. Today we're going to be talking about cash secured puts, by the way, guys. I want to talk about cash secured puts. No, a lot of this makes sense too, guys. H, I appreciate the honesty, man. This is it right here. That's it. That's exactly how I felt as a brand new trader. And I guarantee the other 80% of chat, exactly what Hugo's feeling. H, honestly, he says, I feel dumb asking questions all the time on the chat, and that's why I'd rather stay quiet listening. Never feel that way. Never feel that way. Have I ever made anybody feel stupid for asking a simple question? Absolutely not, because I was a brand new trader 8 years ago. I felt the same way. I felt dumb asking these simple questions that I now think are simple, but they were complex when I was new. I felt dumb for asking those questions. There is no such thing as a stupid question. I will never make you feel dumb. We have all been in your shoes, traders. We have all been brand new. There was one day we woke up and said, what the hell is the stock market? What is a moving average? What is a candlestick? What makes the price go up and what makes the price go down? Yes, as an experienced trader, that is a simple question, but 8 years ago, that was complex. I needed the answer. Guys, ask those questions. If I'm not here, ask someone in chat. No one is ever going to put you down for asking a question. And if anybody's ever made you feel that way, you tell me and I'll have a conversation with them and we'll get them out of chat. If anybody's ever made you feel dumb, right? If anybody's ever made you feel that way, you tell me and we'll fix it. Because I don't want anybody inside of this community feeling dumb for asking questions, because we've all been brand new at one point in our trading career. You hit it on the head, and I guarantee that's how about 80% of traders feel. Never feel that way, guys. We're all here to help you. We want to see you succeed in this market. We want to see you succeed in everything that you do. And we're here to support you 100% of the time. Stocks, personal finances, whatever I can do to help. Anything that I can do to share my knowledge and education with you, I will. %, guys. So literally take what H said and don't be nervous. Don't be nervous. Don't be scared. Don't feel like you have dumb questions. There's no such thing as a dumb question. There's no such thing as a stupid question. What's the saying? The only stupid question is the one that you don't ask. Ask those questions. I don't care what it is. If I don't know the answer, let's go find out the answer. If I still can't figure it out, let me find the person that knows it. I'm here to help you guys out. We will make it happen. All right, guys. If I don't see the question, ask again. Okay? Say, hey, Josh, I just asked a question. Right? Oh, I didn't see it. Sorry, I was in a trade. Copy and paste it and post it back up inside a chat. I'll answer that question. Absolutely, guys. Absolutely. Never be nervous. Never be scared to ask questions. I want you guys to ask away. I want to help you guys out. We are not your typical community where we brag and boast about our tens of thousands of dollars worth of profits. Okay, we are a community that helps the newer trader learn how to trade the stock market the right way, build a strong foundation to grow upon to increase your odds of success. So we're here for you. But sometimes you need to get that clarification, right? Like, go out there, be self-sufficient, take the initiative, right? I want you guys to be, self-sufficient. I want you to take the initiative. I want you to try and find it yourself. But if you're still a little confused, be like, hey, Josh, right? Like, I saw this press release about meeting primary endpoints, and I feel like that's a hot keyword in a press release. Am I on top of that? I'd be like, hell yeah. It's one of the best press releases we can have. Be self-sufficient. Take the initiative, dissect that press release, shoot, copy that press release, post it in chat with the ticker like I do and say, hey, I think this is a good press release because we see meeting primary endpoints. I also see that 16% of the stock's float is currently short. Josh, am I thinking correctly here? Team, am I thinking correctly here? Or am I way out in left field? And we're going to say, hey, you're right on it. Or hey, you're in left field. And here's why. And you're going to be like, thank God I asked that question. So be self-sufficient, take the initiative, but still follow up. Get that confirmation that you need. Be like, all right, 100%, I am spot on with this. All right, again, we're out here asking questions, talking with the team, guys, because what do we got going on? You got ADTX cracking its trend line. You got S&TI looking like a head and shoulders formation. Shoulder, head, maybe a right shoulder. Nothing too much there. BBAI, done for. Qs are really starting to slow down. And the SPY is trying to bounce off of Tuesday's low of day. We're trying to put in this double bottom off Tuesday's low of day here on the SPY. Team, ladies and gentlemen, we don't have too much going on right now. So what I want to do is take a moment. Okay, I want to take a moment here and just vaguely, briefly, but thoroughly talk to you guys about selling cash secured puts. But before I do that, does anybody even want to learn about selling cash secured puts? Like, who right now is in a position to buy stocks in this market for their long-term portfolios? Who right now is, say, looking at Apple, Nvidia, Alphabet, AMD, Amazon, saying if this stock comes down to this price, I want to buy 100 shares. And you're already actively in your brokerage account going Apple, 100 shares, $110, limit order. You want to buy Apple at $110 and you want to buy 100 shares. Are you in a position? Jay Doss is in a position. I'm in a position to do that. I look at stocks like Amazon. I would love to buy 100 shares of Amazon at $100, right? If we ever come back down to $100, I would love to buy some Amazon down there. You know what? Hey, shoot. Maybe I want to be greedy. Maybe I want to get some Amazon within the next 6 months. In the next 6 months, if Amazon ever comes down to like $85, I would scoop up 100 shares. That's $8,500. Own 100 shares of Amazon? Hell yeah. I think that could happen in 6 months. I'm going to go ahead and place a limit order in the system right now to buy those 100 shares at $85, right? I'm in a position to buy some Amazon. I'm in a position to buy some AMD, right? Maybe not all of these. Okay? Some of these I can't buy 100 shares. Some of these I don't want to buy 100 shares. I don't want to buy 100 shares of Netflix, right? I don't want to buy 100 shares of The Spy. I don't want to drop $36,000 into 100 shares of the S&P 500, right? I don't want to do that. But do I want to buy 100 shares of NVIDIA? Yeah, kinda. Do I want to buy 100 shares of Amazon? Yeah, absolutely. How about 100 shares of AMD or Alphabet? Why not? Right? These are great quality blue chip long-term companies that I would love to add to my long-term portfolio. Okay? So, what can we do to make passive income while we wait for these stocks to come down to these prices? You got two options, right? Let's take PayPal. Actually, no, let's take one that I actually want to buy. Let's take Amazon as an example. All right, let's take Amazon as an example. Where's Amazon? Okay, and this is just an example, guys. Okay. So right now, I want to add 100 shares, 200 shares, 300, doesn't matter. I want to add 100 shares or more of Amazon to my long-term portfolio. I want to own Amazon for the next 5 to 10 years, right? I don't want to buy it at 113. I want to buy it 10% below the current market price. So about 10% below the current market price puts you right around $100, and 100 is a psychological level that I was buying at it before. I'd like to buy a little bit more. I'd like to add in a little bit more at $100 here on Amazon. I have two choices. A, I can go ahead and put a limit order in the system for 100 shares at $100. That's option A, right? I have two outcomes with option A, guys. Option A, I have two outcomes. Outcome number one is it comes down to $100 and I get filled and I own Amazon at $100. That's exactly what I wanted. Option number two, right, is it never comes down to $100. It holds 113 and it goes up from here. And I never, ever get my fill. So I got two options with game plan A. Game plan A, I want to buy those 100 shares. I'm going to put a limit order in the system. And I got two options. All right, get filled or I don't. Okay. Now, why not make money in the meantime? If you already know you want to buy 100 shares of Amazon at $100, why not make some money in the meantime? You're like, what? I can make money in the meantime? What do you mean I can make money in the meantime? Yeah, by selling a cash secured put. All right, guys. So a cash secured put, you would actually sell that put contract at $100. You can go 45 days out. You can go 60 days out. You can go a year out. It doesn't matter. But you can actually go into that options chain. And this is exactly what you would do. Okay. So this is your other option to buy those 100 shares of Amazon at $100. The beautiful thing about selling that cash secured put against buying the stock and waiting to buy the stock with a limit order is, number one, you're going to get a premium. You're going to get paid for selling that put contract. You're going to get money up front in your pocket for selling that put contract. And if you come down and get assigned those 100 shares, you were going to buy the 100 shares anyway at $100. It doesn't matter. The beautiful thing is you got paid in the meantime. You put some money in your pocket. But if Amazon never comes down to $100 and you're not assigned, guess what? You still got paid. If you put a limit order in the system and Amazon never comes down to $100, right? What happened? You never got anything. You didn't do anything. You just sat on the sidelines. By selling the cash secured put, you're putting money in your pocket, regardless if Amazon comes down to $100 or not. So it's a great way to make passive income, to buy a stock that you already want to buy at a predetermined price within a predetermined time period. Okay, so it's very simple, right? First things first, we need to know what an option is, and I think you guys know what options are. And if you don't know what an options contract is, okay, then I really suggest that everybody dive into the video lessons library and watch our options lesson. Understand the basics of options, right? Options are derivatives. Options give you the right but not the obligation to take delivery of a certain stock in a certain amount of shares on or before a certain time, right? Just go understand the basics of options, okay? But the beautiful thing about this is it's very simple to make passive income, right? So here we're going to go maybe 70 days out. I can't even get a 100 put contract going 70 days out. Might have to go out a little bit further. Here we go. I have to go out a little bit further, right? So let's say that I want to buy 100 shares of Amazon over the next few months. Like say 2 months or so, I'm going to scoop up a couple hundred shares at $100. It could come down tomorrow and I get filled. It can come down in 2 months and I get filled. But I'm saying, in a couple months, I think Amazon can come back down to $100. And I'd buy 100 shares, right? So I'm going to go in here to my options chain. And I'm going to go into, say, a November 18th. What does that give me? That gives me 50 days. Okay, that gives me about a month and a half, a little over a month and a half. And what did I just say? Within the next 2 months, if I ever see Amazon at $100, I'm buying 100 shares of Amazon at $100 in the next couple of months. If it comes down tomorrow, I'm going to buy it. If it comes down in a week, I'm going to buy it. If it comes down in 2 months, I'm going to buy it. So I'm going to go out here to a 50-day. I'm going to go out 50 days until expiration, right? You can go out 43 days if you'd like, but the lowest you can go is a 103. I don't want to buy at 103, right? I want to buy at 100. So what I would simply do is come in here and I would sell this contract. So I go in here to the ask and I would sell this contract. So basically what's going to happen is 2 things. Number one, there is going to be a debit from my account. That debit is going to be 100 shares at $100 per share. So do the math. If you were to buy 100 shares, okay? If you were to buy 100 shares of Amazon at $100 a share, that would cost you $10,000. You're already planning on spending $10,000 to buy those shares. So the first thing that's going to happen is there's going to be a debit from your account. They're going to take that $10,000 and set it aside. You're going to reserve that cash. It's a cash secured put. You're going to secure that put with that $10,000, set it aside. So if you're ever assigned, that money's there. But the next thing that's going to happen is you're going to receive a credit in your account. And that credit is going to be for the options premium amount. So how do we understand and how do we know what we're going to get paid? It's also times 100, right? So if I were to sell this cash secured put right now, I would collect, let's say, the bid. So the bid, $3.45. $3.45 times 100 shares. So I would actually get a credit of $345 to do nothing. I'm getting paid, okay? I'm getting paid $345 to buy Amazon at $100 that I already want to do in the first place. To literally do nothing, I'm getting paid $345. Now, if Amazon is at or below $100 on or before November 18th, 2022, and I get assigned, I have to buy those 100 shares at $100, regardless of where the price is at. If Amazon gaps, if I did this right now today, and Amazon gaps down to $80 tomorrow and I get assigned, guess what? I got my $350, $345. I'm getting paid and I get to keep that. That never goes away. That never goes away. However, okay, I still get assigned those 100 shares. So that means regardless of where this is, if this gaps down to $80 and I get assigned, I'm buying 100 shares at $100. That means I would be down $2,000 already on that investment. So I want to tie back into what I said before. Only do this on companies you want to own. Only do this on companies that you want to own long-term, that you see 5, 10, 15-year growth with. Don't do this on penny stocks. Don't do this on crap companies that may not do anything in the future. Do this on quality, blue chip, solid companies that you want to own long-term in a retirement account, okay? Because if you get in at $100 and it comes down to $80, guess what? Maybe you want to buy more because it's such a quality company, and you know that eventually it'll go back above 100. You're not really fearful, okay? So that is like your worst case scenario, is that you get assigned those shares, but the stock's price is substantially lower than the strike in which you sold, okay? But the good thing is, in the next 50 days, if Amazon never gets below $100 and you're never assigned those shares, that option will expire worthless and you will collect that premium. So you just got paid a free $345 for doing absolutely nothing. You did absolutely nothing and you got a free $350. Even on the first scenario, as it gaps down at 80 and you get assigned at 100, guess what? You still got your $350 for doing nothing, and you still own a quality company that you want to own, which is amazing. But I want to give you a little bit of a tip, a little bit of a trick, okay? Obviously, we know that if you sell this $100 strike going 50 days out, if you sell this, you're going to get that $350 credit. Let's say that in a week from now, Amazon is getting really, really close to that $100 level. It's at 102 or 103. Okay, and you think it's going to go much lower. Let's say your mindset changed, your analysis changed, your thesis has changed. And let's say you now want to buy Amazon at $80 a share, not at 100. You're like, you know what? We're a week in. I think 80 is better. I think it's coming to 80. I don't want to buy it at 100. What can you do at that point in time? You could rebuy that options contract for a small loss. Okay, so for example, you're going to receive a credit in your account for $350, okay? Let's say 2 weeks from now, Amazon is $10 lower at 103. Hypothetically, let's say this has doubled in value. So now these are selling for $600 or $700 a piece. Let's say they've doubled in value in the next 2 weeks because Amazon's come down $10. And let's say in 2 weeks, you've changed your thesis, you've changed your plan, and you're like, I don't want to buy Amazon anymore at 100. I think the market's going to crash. I want to buy it at 80. You can actually go in here and rebuy to close out that cash secured put that you sold, and you would take a small loss, right? So you would just take the difference. You got a credit of $350 for selling that cash secured put, but you would have to fork up $700 to rebuy that put contract. That would close out your position and you would lose a total of $350. You were right. The market comes down to 80. It was worth that opportunity. It was worth getting out of that cash secured put because now you can come in here and do the same thing. Maybe you go through and sell a cash secured put at $80. You can take a small loss up front to mitigate your risk if the market does come down much lower than the strike price that you originally had sold the options contract for. So there is one workaround there. If you do not want to be in that anymore, you can actually close it before expiration for a profit or for a loss, okay? So that's the basics, right? That's to keep it as simple as possible, right? To keep it as simple as possible, to take how complex options can be and how complex the strategy could be, to make it as simple as possible. Quality companies only, right? It allows you to get paid for doing nothing. You're going to buy 100 shares of Amazon at $100 in the next couple of weeks anyway. Get paid to do nothing, right? You can sell a cash secured put, get paid, and if it comes down and you're assigned, hey, guess what? You're a proud owner of 100 shares of Amazon. If it never comes down to $100, guess what? You're not assigned. The option expires worthless, and you just got a free premium, $300, $400, $500. You got paid to do nothing. If your game plan and your approach and your thesis adjusts a little bit over the next couple of weeks or before expiration, and you haven't been assigned yet, you still have the right to rebuy that put contract for a small loss or a small gain. What happens if the contract expires and the stock doesn't go at or below $100? You would collect the premium, H. So what happens if that contract expires? The contract would expire worthless. Okay, you collect that premium up front. The day you sell that put, you get the premium in your pocket. If you are not assigned, basically if the stock doesn't get at or below $100 on or before expiration, you're not assigned those 100 shares. That put contract would expire worthless. Nothing would happen. You walk away with the premium. You walk away with that premium. In this example, you would have $350 in your pocket and nothing happens. You don't have to take delivery of those 100 shares because you wouldn't be assigned because the stock didn't get below $100 on or before expiration. And that's if you're assigned on that contract. You have to be assigned on the contract. Absolutely. Again, I can day trade the crap out of options. I understand how to build trade plans and manage my risk with options. When it comes to naked spreads, butterflies, the hoo-ha strategies, I don't know those, right? That's not my field of expertise. But here, before you know it, you're going to have the right people here inside of this community that are like, yeah, that's my expertise. They're going to be able to get you even more educated when it comes to the more advanced option strategies. And yes, like Corey said, that's the ideal part unless you really want to buy the shares. You should come into it as a beginner doing this because this is an advanced option strategy and it could be a risky option strategy. What's the risk? Is the company that you sell a cash secured put on goes bankrupt, goes to zero, and you just own 100 shares of a company you don't even want. There's a lot of risk here. So what do I want to preach one last time? Is only on companies you want to own long-term anyway. So if you do happen to get assigned, you're not upset about it because you already want to own 100 shares of the company anyway. But if you do this with a company that you don't like and you're just doing it because it has a nice premium and you get assigned, it may be a very bad decision. So as a brand new person, only do it on companies you want to own. If you don't want to own Roblox long-term, why the heck are you going to sell a cash secured put on it? But do you want to own UPS? Okay, go sell a cash secured put on UPS if you want to own it at a certain price, right? You look at UPS and you say, you know what? I want to buy some UPS down here at 125 in the next year. In the next year, if UPS ever comes down to 125, I'm buying 100 shares because I like it down there. All right, cool. Go in here. Let's go out 260 days. Let's go to a 125 put. And guess what? If I sold that 125 put contract going 260 days out, you know what? I'm going to collect $580. And if it ever comes down to that level in the next year, guess what? I bought 100 shares at 125 bucks. But in the meantime, I'm going to make $580, and the only thing that's going to be set aside out of my account is $12,500. The other thing too is you have a nice account. If you do this 2, 3, 4 times on a $100,000 account on stocks over $100, well, you just ran out of buying power. You got your premium, but you ran out of buying power. So. Corey hit it on the head again. High volatility. High implied volatility like meme stocks, AMC GameStops have a super juicy premium. Absolutely. But they are most definitely much more risk and you could end up bag holding for a long time. Absolutely. Right? You sell a cash secured put on freaking AMC or GameStop when, those were, GameStop was at $300-400 and you get assigned at $250 and now you're back holding the thing. Exactly. You want to do it, and again, until you master this and until you have your own little strategy behind it, because it's a great strategy. There's a lot of people that are really good at selling cash secured puts a couple weeks out and just collecting premiums left and right. They get assigned and sell the shares back to the market instantaneously, but every now and then they can still walk away with a decent little profit. It's amazing. Again, until you get to that point in your trading career, keep it simple. This is a way for you to get paid to buy shares of a company you already want to own long term. That's it. That's the key takeaway here. you get free money for doing nothing. As long as you're doing this strategy on companies and stocks that you already have told yourself previously before today's lesson that I'm going to buy 100 shares at a certain price. Here you guys go. Get paid for doing nothing. All right, guys. So that was our topic for today. Selling cash secured puts. And why is this a good topic for today? Well, because I do expect more downside in the markets. So that's going to bring the rest of the market down and put us pretty close to these areas in which I want to be a buyer. Number one. Number two, what also happens when the market drops and we have a lot of volatility? The VIX goes up. And what happens when the VIX goes up? Option premiums get really juicy. They become inflated. You see the S&P 500, for example. I remember this back in 2020 during the COVID crash. During the COVID crash, okay, when the VIX was at like 60, 70, 80, right? We were looking at weekly expirations, like literally a day till expiration. Right now, what are the in the monies? $300 to $400, right? They were at like $1,500. $1,500. The premiums were like 3 times the amount that they normally are because the VIX was shooting on up. So you add all of that together, market dropping, you want to buy stocks anyway, VIX shooting on up, option premiums becoming juicy. Now you're getting a really big premium. You're getting paid even more money to sell that cash secured put to still buy a company and a stock at a certain price that you want to buy anyway. So if we get that little trifecta and that all starts to happen where the markets start making the next legs lower and we see the VIX going higher and we see these options and the premiums increasing in value, guys, you're prepared. You guys are fully aware of what I'm looking to do coming into the end of the year to make some free passive income to do nothing to still buy these companies on my long-term account that I want to buy anyway. All right, guys. So I know there's a lot that we threw out there, but good stuff, right? Great stuff. You guys have the basics here. You have enough information that you need to go ahead and go out there and do this, okay? You may want to do it on a paper account just to get the hang of it. Make sure you execute it correctly. Log into one of your paper accounts and actually practice selling these cash secured puts and kind of see how the process looks and click the buttons and make sure you're fully confident to do it on your live account first. Right? You go in here, you right click it, you go to sell, and it's a single sell. Right? It's going to pop up. You're going to sell. You're going to sell a call. Right? You're not going to call, I mean a put, but you get it, right? You're going to go in here, right click, sell, go up to single if you need to, right? And instead of buying this put, or if I buy this put contract, I'm going to sell it when the stock goes down and make money as a day trade. I would just click the side from buy to sell. Now I'm going to sell that put contract and get receipt, get a premium up front. And if the stock, does nothing or goes higher, or ends up expiring worthless, okay? That's selling the cash secured put, yada, yada, yada. Everything we just discussed. You guys are all set. You want to see the Qs test that moving average again, getting close? Let's see the Qs real quick. Yeah, getting close, but I want you watching the SPY as well. I want you watching the SPY here as well. And you're watching the SPY off that prior low before it cracked and flushed. Also puts you right around your VWAP. So watch the SPY as well. I mean, ideally, you want to see bearishness on both the SPY and the Qs at the same time. Okay, so we got this massive drawdown, double bottom, bouncing back up into that prior low as new resistance. Run a Fibonacci extension from high to the low, back up to the high, That's also putting you right at our 61.8 extension. So you got clear resistance. You're on the SPY at 363.15. Expect a short-term rejection, maybe back down to 362. That's going to help the Qs roll over here as well off the 200-week SMA. So yeah, the SPY looks bearish. You're getting your retest here on the Qs off the 200-week SMA. I mean, where can you see the Qs come back down to? Low a day is the most realistic target. Let's go ahead and scan through our leaderboard and make sure we're not missing anything at this point in time. LGHL. Dumping on off. Do we have any high today momentum? Been a while since we've seen anything really hit that high today momentum scanner. ADTX is still the only one hitting the high today momentum scanner. So it's a very slow day, guys. I know I've said that a couple times, that I want to plant it in your head that it's very slow. And when it's really slow like this, it's best to kind of just chill out. It's best to sit on the sidelines. Sit on your hands. There's nothing wrong with being a sideline trader. Sometimes the best trade is no trade. Right, that's the saying, guys. Sometimes the best trade is no trade. This is literally the greatest place forever for new and old traders alike. I can't wait to see where you take this over the years. Doesn't matter what level you're at in your trading career. The answers you seek can be found here in the group and in the library, which I found this place when I started. I love it, Stir. You're our brand ambassador, Stir. Like, seriously, you're a hype man. You're our brand ambassador. Why don't you have your affiliate ID out there and you're just pushing it like crazy? I can be your Tate. I'll be your Andrew Tate, Stir. You'll be out here, pushing your affiliate link to everybody. You're like, let's go. This is the best place. Let's go. And you're over here just crushing it, dude. Helping us hit our goals and hit our dreams here with AlphaDayTrading. Got our brand ambassador Stir over here. Yeah, I'll be your Andrew Tate, buddy. And Trading Hunter's been absolutely on fire. Crushing it, making the right steps in the right direction. I mean, everybody's taking the right steps in the right direction. Carlos, was that a head and shoulders formation on SNTI? Let's go look at SNTI. What time frame are you looking at, boss? Okay, if you were looking at that possible left shoulder, head, possible right shoulder, very ugly, right? Very ugly, very choppy. However, you are seeing a bit of that reversal formation on SNTI, and it just didn't get that roll over, right? You got a little bit of that lower high, got a higher high, and you're starting to put in that lower high. So you kind of see a left shoulder, a head, and a right shoulder. And the first thing that we know we need to do is connect a neckline, right? So we have our left shoulder low, we have our head before the right shoulder low. So these 2 points here, we can connect and run a trend line out to the right. And all we're waiting for is for the stock to crack that neckline. And when they crack, they like to sell on off. Well, this never cracked. It actually ended up holding and pushing on up. So your entries were right there. But that's the thing, is it never cracked that neckline. So again, you need 2 points. You got your left shoulder, pull back low. You have your head, pull back low, connect those 2 points, run it out to the right. Okay, here was your right shoulder. If this would have came down and cracked that orange line, would have been a head and shoulders. You could have played it short. It never rolled over. Instead, it just decided to continue to run to the upside. But yes, very ugly, right? Not the best looking head and shoulders by any means, but you are seeing that formation. A better head and shoulders formation would be what I saw yesterday on the SPY. And it's actually one of the trades that I took that I got stopped out on. But I saw a pretty decent little head and shoulders formation on the SPY yesterday. It was right here. This is what I was noticing on the SPY yesterday. I noticed this left shoulder, this head, this right shoulder. I saw my points to connect on out. Beautiful head and shoulders formation, right? You could visually see how clear that left shoulder is, how clear the head is, how clear the right shoulder is. I mean, just very clear, right? You just see it. It's like, wow, that's a nice one. And then what I also noticed is we hit 370 resistance. So the head was at a major resistance level, followed by our first lower high that we've seen for the day. With confirmed divergence, I thought this was going to be a massive short opportunity to the downside. Well, it squeezed on up. I stopped out over the right shoulder high, which was right around my entry, and I pretty much broke even. I made $6 on the trade, and it was a good idea to get out because it squeezed. But that was a really nice head and shoulders yesterday. That one didn't play out, right? Look at how many separate reasons you had here on the SPY, right? You had the head right at that 370 resistance, and 370 was Mondays and Tuesdays spiking high a day. So we knew that was a key level of resistance. You see a clean, clear-cut head and shoulders formation. It doesn't get any prettier than this, right? And you see we're getting our first lower high after hitting resistance. That's a sign of weakness. That's a sign of a reversal. Number one. Number two, you got a head and shoulders formation, baby, all day. Number three, you got a massive rejection here at 370. Number four, divergence. Look at momentum dying while the stock's ripping. You have very clear, strong divergence. Wow, you have so many reasons to take this trade. I was all over it. Well, it didn't work out. This is a great technical setup, a fantastic technical setup that works 80% of the time that you can make bank on. But this is the one that just didn't work out. And this is a great example of you could have 5 reasons to take a trade, and you could love that trade and feel like it's going to dump and drop. But every now and then, the market's going to do what the market wants to do, and that's why you need a plan and have a stop loss in place. Because if I did not have a stop loss in place, guess what? I would have lost a lot of money. I made $6. Right decision. I would have lost a lot of money. What did I do? I listened to my gut, and that was the right decision to walk away. Today, I listened to my gut. It wasn't the right decision to walk away, was it? But look, this happens more than this. So my thing is always listen to your gut. If you don't like the trade, get out, right? Don't like the trade, get out. 80% of the time, it was the right decision. 20% of the time, it wasn't the right decision. That's a pretty big imbalance, right? That's pretty big. We just, yeah. No, you guys need to be getting that affiliate commission, guys. Like, why not? We have an affiliate program. It's an amazing affiliate program. We're getting ready to change who we run the affiliate program through because they offer quicker payouts and better analytics and stuff for you guys. But if you want to go ahead and get set up now, you can if you want to. I mean, it doesn't hurt, does it? I mean, if you're going to be out here hyping and you're on TikTok anyway, and you're like, hey, I mean, you want to hype it up and you want to get some passive income, get some passive income, baby. You know, we have a tier program with our affiliate program as well. You get in tiers. So as a brand new affiliate, you're at 20%, and that's recurring. So every time that payment's processed, you get 20% for everybody that signs up with your link. But it's on a tier program. So the second you hit a certain amount of subscribers, it goes up to 30%. And then you hit a certain amount of subscribers, it goes to 40%. And you could tier up to a 50% affiliate. If you're one of our top affiliates, you get paid up to 50% commission reoccurring, which is impressive. That's amazing. No one else does that. And it's a beautiful tier system from 20 up to 50, which is awesome. The way for you guys to make some passive income to already hype up and refer a community that you love, right? And it's not even work because you love doing it. And hey, you make a couple $100 a month. You make a couple $100 a month. Guess what? We have more members in chat that we can help and help people succeed. It's amazing. And it gives us more resources. I'm going to be honest. It gives us more resources to continue the further development of alpha day trading, right? So it's amazing. It really, it's win, 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 win across the board. Do we have to, yeah, click that link. Click that link, and it's going to open up your dashboard if you're not already registered. You could be registered, but if you click that link, you're going to come into your affiliate dashboard, guys. Here's your affiliate link right here. Boom. Your user ID is going to be at the end of this. Your user ID will be at the end of this. So you just go ahead and copy that. And anytime someone clicks on that link and they come to the website and they sign up, it's going to track that, and you are going to make an affiliate purchase. And like I said, here in the next week, it's going to be different. So we're going to get you guys re-registered in a couple of weeks. But for now, you know, you could definitely share this one if you want. You can come in here, look at your current balance. You can come in here and generate a custom link if you want to generate a custom link, which I don't recommend it, but you can, right? But again, you can see all your clicks, your conversions. You can see how much revenue you've made, what commission structure you're on, because it's a tier program. You can see all, again, you see all the data, the analytics. You come in here, you pay yourself out when you're ready. You come in here and hook up your PayPal account, and you get paid out whenever you want. And anytime you want to view it, let's say you're here. You're like, where's that link at? Go into your account dashboard setting right here, where your little profile is. Drop down to the affiliate dashboard, click it, and that's going to put you right in your affiliate dashboard, guys. Right there, affiliate dashboard, and boom. Good to go. If you see the dashboard, that means you're registered. Yep, if you see the dashboard, you're registered when you click that. So if you click that link, you're already registered. And anytime you want to re-access the dashboard, hover over your profile picture, go to the affiliate dashboard, and then boom, you're right there on your affiliate dashboard. That's the link you want to share with friends, family, anybody that asks. And right there is how you start getting your 20%. Like I said, you guys will get an email every time you get a new sale, anytime you get clicks, right? You come into the dashboard and look at it. But we will be changing who we run our affiliate program through, because it's a lot better for you guys. Instantaneous payouts. There's a lot of cool stuff there. But we'll send an email out to you guys when we're ready to make that transition. It'll be a seamless process, a seamless transition, and you won't have any issues. Which that was a challenging one, right? Challenging because the SPY creeping up a little bit higher than anticipated. But yeah, the Q's there, definitely with that nice rejection. It's okay, though. It's okay. You'll find another opportunity. Right? It'll set up again. That's the beautiful thing. It will set up again. Way too late, but it'll set up again. So that doji was a solid indication, guys. I want to point this out on a 3-minute time frame so you see it. You see this, it pops on up. You're like, you know what? I can't buy it right now, right here. Because what if it closes above? That's bullish. And I don't want to be bearish on this, especially if we close above this red line and it's a bullish trade and I'm bearish. Yeah, no, I got to wait. So you're waiting right here. 3-minute time frame, you wait. Okay? You see that doji below that 272.44? That's a great confirmation. You're going to get rejected off that level. And watch what happens when we actually crack below that doji low. There was your trade. Boom. Whoop. Flush on down. Right? Crack below, flush on down. Or you get in right there to the penny because you got 1, 2, 3 points getting rejected at your 200-week SMA with a doji candle that confirms a rejection off that level. The 3-minute time frame was beautiful. 1 minute, probably hard. Right? 1 minute, broke above, broke above, broke above, broke above. You get a little bit of chop here. You're not too confident, right? On the 1 minute, you're not too confident. Multiple time frame analysis. Always multiple time frame analysis. If you got to have 3 windows open, have 3. Look at a 1 minute, look at a 3 minute, look at a 5 minute. You would have noticed that 3 minute, you would have felt pretty confident there. Always be looking at multiple time frames. I always have multiple time frames open, guys. I'm always running multiple time frames here, so I never miss an opportunity. Very important you have multiple time frames. Excuse me, guys. Still a little under the weather. All right, guys. Do we have any questions? I know it's a little early. It's 11:19. You're starting to see the Qs kind of roll on over here. SPY looking like it's going to roll on over again as well. Those entries, I know some of you missed them, but we'll wait for the next best opportunity. ADTX is starting to break off that ascending triangle formation here. ADTX off that ascending triangle formation. Not bad. We have room to 430 and then 480 here on ADTX. I'm going to do this real quick, guys. We haven't taken a little break yet. We already dove into a little bit of our afternoon topic, talking about cash secured puts. I'm going to go grab a drink of water real quick. I'll be right back with you guys. See you guys in a couple seconds. All right. We're back. Let's see what we got going on, guys. We have, it's 11:30 right now. It's 11:30. Oh, guess what, guys? Guess what? Corey's going to lunch. All right, the markets are going to do something crazy right now. All right, guys. So let's get honed in. All right, get honed in. Corey go to lunch. We make all the money. All right, let's go. Let's just go buy some puts on the SPY or something like that. Let's just go YOLO, and the market's going to dump 100 points today. Go, 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 go. Rock, 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 rock. Look at this guy. Stir crazy. Stir is crazy. He's smoking a blunt too, isn't he? He's a good looking dude smoking a blunt. Look at that. He's got the lineup. He's got edged up. Woo. Got the suit on. I've heard the story behind that too. That's awesome, dude. That's freaking awesome. All right. Again, there's not much going on right now, guys. Not much at all. ATXI, take it off your watch list, guys. Nothing there. SSNT, off the watch list. Nothing there. KPRX, nothing here today, team. ADTX, it's still slowly grinding its way on up. Slow and steady. But yeah, not too much, man. Not too much right now at this point in time. Maybe it does its thing over the next few days. We'll see. SNTI, still grinding its way on up. It's just a slow one. I'm not really seeing anything that I want to attack with the SPY and the Qs right now. BBAI. Nothing there. Let's see what the Qs do back around the 200-week SMA. Let's see what the Qs are going to do here up towards around this 200-week SMA. I'd like to see a break and a retest. If we can get back above and stay above the 200-week SMA, fantastic. We have room to 275, and there might be a nice, slow, steady little trade throughout lunch. Right now, got to be patient. And then with the SPY kind of looks like it may be giving you a little bit of a double bottom today, guys, right? Like the Q gave us yesterday. The SPY's coming down and bounce, right? So we may not get that complete move today, but if we can hold on up relatively well, I mean, just checking on the Qs, right? The Qs came down, bounce, right? We opened relatively flat and we just kind of pushed out of the gate. I kind of think that's what we could see tomorrow on the SPY, depending on how we close today. Come down and bounce. Come down, bounce today, starting to give us that double bottom. If we could open up relatively flat, not see a lot of movement in futures tonight, tomorrow, open up relatively flat, maybe get a little bit of a sell-off out of the gate, maybe. But we could definitely see a push tomorrow off this potential double bottom that's starting to form. That would be a great plan for tomorrow, guys, to end the week strong. On Friday, I mean, we saw that beautifully on the Qs yesterday, and the thing squeezed right into our target. We had about 8 points to the upside throughout the entire day. We may see the same thing tomorrow with the SPY. We may see a nice little 8-point move, depending on how we form and how we trade the rest of today and kind of what we do in futures tonight and tomorrow. It's a good plan to start building ahead of time just in case that happens. You might as well be one step ahead versus seeing it tomorrow after the fact and missing out on some really nice potential here. I'm probably going to head out too, guys. I mean, if you have any questions, let me know. Comments, let me know. Anything you guys need help with, I'm here for. But at this point in time, it's 11:30. Market is pretty slow. And we might as well take an early lunch and then see what we have later this afternoon, guys. I'm eager to lock in some profits. I mean, we got a nice little 340 here on our main account. We got a small little loss there on the options account. But right now, we're not really missing too much, guys. We're not really missing too much. All right, guys. Looks like we don't have any questions, final comments, concerns. Looks like you guys are all set. Good morning. Good job locking in some pretty good profits, guys, on a slower day, right? It was a bit of a slower day today. The Qs, we know what's going on here, right? We know exactly what to expect and kind of what we're looking for around that 200-week SMA. And I would be really looking at the Qs over the SPY because I do think the Qs are going to kind of dictate where the markets go personally, because you're right at that key level, which is your 200-week SMA. So I'd put more emphasis on the Qs versus the SPY. If you see the Q setting up for a really nice bullish trade and you see that bullish setup on SPY, go for it. But just be watching the Qs around that 200-week SMA, guys. Penny stocks, very slow, pretty dead. You got ADTX, trying to get it, coming back down. SNTI, really slow. BBAI may try to give you a bit of a reversal here. Actually, now that I look at it, BBAI, not bad, guys. Not bad at all. So you had that support level right around that 155. Remember, you had 155 support. You lost it. You tried to get above it. You lost it. You tried to get above it. And you really just chopped around that 155, 156 for quite some time. You're actually regaining 155 support now with a nice downtrend that could be broken for that squeeze on up towards around high day at 182. So I'll leave you with this. If you guys are looking to be here over lunch and looking for a trade, this is what I see. I see this drop on down to that 156. I see it come back below 156. Now it's regaining 156 support at this point in time. So you have 156 support, 156 support. You crack below it, but you're regaining 156 as support. Look at your downtrend. Point number 1, point number 2. You had a point number 3 rejection, which also happened to be that VWAP. after that 3rd point rejection off VWAP and the downtrend, you come back down for a retest of 156 support that you're now holding. This could be a beautiful higher low push for a break of this downtrend on point number 4 and a break of that VWAP to get your next leg up, right? Into maybe these highs of around 175. That would be a first target. Probably see it pull back a little bit, come down to that VWAP, and then maybe get your nice little rip on up towards around that high day at 182. So I would absolutely be looking for a break of this downtrend here on point number 4. Absolutely. So you might have some entries right there around point 4. Your first target is going to be right up here at point number 2, right around like 175. That would be your first target. Your second target's going to be up around that 182, right around 182. And your entries would probably put you somewhere around, maybe like right around 165, maybe like a 165 entry here. And you could put your stops at, 155, right? Right underneath that low here. And that's kind of where I'd be putting a stop loss, is right underneath that low right here. So, I mean, maybe you got something here on BBAI. It's definitely worth watching here and see if you have anything that comes about. All right. So I'll leave you with that. Be smart, trade safe, get some lunch, fuel up your body, fuel up your mind. We'll come back around 2:30 and see what we have this afternoon and see if there's any potential, see if there's any opportunities, lock in some profits. Again, it's very slow, so do the right things. Okay, sometimes the best trade is no trade. Sometimes it's best to sell on the sidelines. You got one trade right now, BBAI at this point in time. All right, I'm going to leave you with that. I'm going to leave you with the SPY and the Qs. We'll see what we have this afternoon, guys. Good job, good work. And let's end it the way we always end it. In 3, 2, 1. Woo! Good job, baby. Good job, good job. Way to crush it. Way to make it happen. Enjoy your lunch. Take care. Stay blessed. I'll see you guys back here a little bit later this afternoon. Take care, guys, and I'll see you then. Yo, yo, yo! What's up, ADT Nation? Alpha family, how's it going? Thought I'd jump back in real quick and see what we got going on. See if there's any opportunity to lock in some profits while you see me chow down and eat my lunch. It was a late lunch. Had an amazing one-on-one this afternoon. So we're back though, guys. I gotta get my belly full, but I want to make sure you guys are taken care of as well. Joey, what's up, man? Yep, you can turn. Hey, listen, I'm not gonna go on TikTok and not come inside a chat. What kind of freaking guy am I? All right, traders, I'll see you later. See you tomorrow. What's up, TikTok? All right. Penny stock wise, it's been a pretty slow day. I mean, honestly, I'm just kind of looking at the SPY and the Qs here, end of the day. Got the Qs bouncing off the June low, right around that 269.28. You got the SPY right now making a slightly new yearly low. Still have some room to come on down to that 200-week SMA on the SPY. So still got about 3 points that you could see the SPY come on down. I'm going to take a downtrend off these highs here and run it on down. So you can see right here, we are stuck below this downtrend at this point in time here on the SPY. Right around there. So you got momentum increasing. As we're falling, we see divergence here on the SPY on the 5-minute time frame. You got a little bit of this double bottom. Got a little bit of this double bottom here for a potential break of the downtrend. I would say if we break this downtrend, guys, and we could also get above that 361 resistance, I would think that the SPY is getting up towards around VWAP. And that's about $1.50 away. There could be a decent little trade here for a nice little end-of-day push. Off this, again, little double bottom, 5-minute time frame, breaking above 361 resistance, breaking the downtrend, and we have some divergence as well. So we're seeing a few separate things that indicate a possible bullish trade here up to the VWAP at this point in time. So we're good. We're going to make it happen. All right, so that's it. I mean, that's what we're looking at on the SPY here. That's what we're going to be watching here on SPY. We're all set, guys. It's just about being patient. Qs, do the same thing on the Qs if you want. Downturn off these highs. Kind of see we're already starting to break here just a little bit. If that's the downtrend we're running here. The SPY, not yet. The Qs, briefly. What do you guys think? You think we're going to continue lower? Or you think we're going to try and get a little bit of a break here? I'm still a little 50-50 with it. I mean, you have a few things that suggest a break to the upside, right? You have the divergence, double bottom, 4th point of the downtrend. We know that they like to break on the 4th and the 5th attempt. But at the same time, the trend is your friend, baby. And we still have a little bit more room to the downside on the SPY to that 200-week SMA. Again, like I said, I'm 50-50. Crack support. Come on down to that 358.19 level. Hey, you got two bucks to the downside. And then same thing, got about $1.50 to the upside. So we just got to wait for the confirmation, right? As soon as we get confirmation, we could take our puts or take our calls. Doesn't matter which way it goes, as long as we're on the right side of the trade. Right now, we don't know what the right side of the trade is. All right, it's a little 50-50-ish. I'm still leaning more towards the long side based on some of the bullish signals that we're seeing right now at this point in time. But again, I'm not going to be biased. I'm going to wait. ASTS? What's up with ASTS? Still got to play the technicals at the end of the day. Look at what the chart is telling you and play what the chart says. If the chart is saying you have 80% probabilities of moving higher, you have 20% probabilities of moving lower, I don't care about anything. If the chart's saying 80% probability to the upside, 20% probability to the downside, I'm going to take the trade based on the chart. I'm just day trading, right? Short-term trading. Not looking for a complete move up to 445.52. I'm looking for a quick little $1.50 push to the upside here based on what the chart's telling me. All right, let's stick around and let's see. I do trade full-time, yep. I'm not seeing anything, though. Sitting back on the spine of the Qs, looking to see if we, that break. We're starting to get that break here a little bit. Got my accounts back. It was on, it was pending restriction. Pending, shutdown. And then, yep. Congrats, man. It's awesome. 6K day. Good stuff. I am in Florida, yes. About 3 years. Part-time before full-time. Trading for 8 years. The first 3.5, 4 years, I was a part-time trader. And then I transitioned into a full-time trader. So we're starting to get that break here of that 361 and that downtrend. Your target right now is the VWAP at 362.50. Since we've been looking at this, we're up about $1-ish. So if you're taking a call contract that has a 50 delta, you just made $50 per contract you have. You took 10 contracts, you're up $500 in 5 minutes. It's a nice little scalp there, but you still have potential to that VWAP at 362.50. Looks like he's talking to an imaginary friend. Yeah, so the other day. Yeah, John. What's up with FUV? I'm going to look at some of these small caps. FUV, nada. Anything on the high of the day momentum scanner. Mob, M-O-B. Big pump and dump. Yeah, Mob is a big low, very low float pump and dump. What about INDO? INDO was something I posted up this morning. Watch some of these oil plays. INDO, CEI, HUSA, INDO. Big spike today, guys. Big spike there on INDO. Oil right now. Having another nice little, actually, oil right now is not really doing too much. Oil's had a pretty sideways day. But INDO, seeing some great action to the upside here from 6 to 762. How's IMPP looking? Not too much. HUSA. HUSA starting to get some action towards it. A little bit. INDO, some decent action here towards the end of the day. Got a nice little spike from 6 to 760. They have some light support at 677. You have light support at 677. Guys, we know how quick the markets can turn on you. It may not be a bad idea to lock in profits. You're up $1 right now, $1 plus, depending on where your entry was on the SPY for the break of that downtrend, right? So again, if you took a call option that was at the money, in the money, you go in a 30, 40, 50 delta. I mean, you're already up pretty nice per contract at this point in time on the SPY for the break of that downtrend off the double bottom with bullish divergence on its way to the VWAP, about $1.50 a profit. Nice little short-term trade there. Running a call on the Qs on your TOS. Nice. Running it tight. Yeah, again, you know, take profits, though. You already know. Take profits quick, right? You get a nice little 50-cent dollar push in your direction. Take profits, right? We all know that base hits add up. Look at Corey, right? Corey's over here locking in nice base hits. Base hit, getting on base, getting on base, getting on base, right? Locking in over $1,000 on the day. Locking in some great base hits, right? Base hits add up to really awesome days. We're not out here looking for home runs. We're out here aiming for those base hits that add up. I mean, that was me the other day, right? 160, 133, 54, 37. Nice little $400 day, right? Base hits add up, guys. I'd be scaling out along this push. You just got tripped. Hey, green is green, green is good, right? Green is green, green is good, guys. It's all about consistency. Anybody can come in, get lucky, lock in a $5,000 day, but can they do it consistently? Nice, man. That's a good little trade there. Well done. Well done. About 1,400 bucks on the day, boss. Good stuff. It depends on what I'm looking at. You know, I'm always looking at economic data. You know, what's going on in the economy? Is there anybody speaking? Do we have any, CPI, PPI data, for example, right? Like, what could move the market? What's in the headlines? What's going on today, here in the U.S., across the world, right? What could move the market? So I really get an understanding on what is going to happen today at what times, so I'm prepared. So it's not like I'm in a position and at 2:30 the market dumps. I'm like, why'd the market dump? Oh, because Powell was speaking. No, I know he speaks at 2 o'clock, so I'm going to be out of that position at 1:45 to prevent something like that from happening. So that's a lot of prep and research I do when I'm looking at like the SPY and the Qs and the overall market. I get prepared with my levels for the day. I go through every day and remark my levels just to make sure they're fresh and I'm focused. And then with penny stocks, same thing. I scan the market. What stocks are moving? High relative volume, low floats. Why are they moving? They have news. How good is the news? The better the news, the more confident I am that the stock could definitely rip and run. So there's about what, two hours of prep I do in the mornings to get prepared for the day. From 7 to 9, it's just preparation. Yeah, when you see news, it's already priced in. Absolutely. If we know that Powell's speaking at 2 o'clock, right? We know that Powell's speaking at 2 o'clock, but what's he going to say, right? So, for example, I know that there's going to be some news. I know there's some data coming on out, right? And the market will actively price that in. When you get CPI and PPI data at 8:30, when we have inflation data come out, that has yet to be priced in. When that data comes out, it gets priced in the moment. That's why we usually see a lot of big volatility to the upside, to the downside. If I know that we have key economic data being released at 8:30 and I'm in a position, I want to be out at maybe like 8:20, 8:25 to avoid that volatility that I just don't know which way the markets are going to really go at that point in time. Can't say how many times we've gotten really good data and the market's dumped, or really bad data and the market's rallied. But yes, news is actively being priced into the market at every second. Retail is always late. Once you see a press release, you're already 5 minutes late. Retail, you see a press release, you're already late, right? But if you're looking to trade that volatility and trade that action, you still have time. I mean, that was a decent little pop there on the SPY. Decent little pop there, about a $1.50 to the upside, depending on where you got in. We know that we like getting in as the move's taking place. I don't want to be getting in after the break. I want to be getting in before the break, especially if I have multiple separate reasons. In this case, we did. We had our double bottom, reason number 1. Increasing momentum, reason number 2. Divergence, reason number 3. With increased volume, reason number 4. I got 3 to 4 reasons here that suggest a bullish trade. I'd rather get in before the break to keep my stops a little bit tighter versus getting in after the break, it failing, and having a larger stop. These types of trades, very confident in. I anticipate these, take them early. And if you would have taken this early, which I know a lot of you guys do, you get in during the move, not after the move. You're actually in anticipating the move because you can basically see it developing with all that criteria. Again, that thing already popped up a good $1.50 to the upside. So you're getting that delta times 1.5. Right? That could have been a potentially $45 a contract trade there on the SPY. And look at that. What'd Corey lock in there? Corey locked in $285. And oh, that was the call. No, he's up. Yeah, it's 364. That's good stuff. Not to mention a crack of the trend line on the VIX, the 5-minute chart. One contra. Is that one contract though, Corey? How many contracts was that? On that one trade there, because I already know that you probably got in early and you took profit quick. I know how you trade. You trade the right way. You make consistent profits, which is amazing. You're willing to get in and expect something to happen relatively soon. If it doesn't happen, you get out. So 2 total, but scaled out one for like $15. Okay. So the first one was quick, right? The first one you got 50 cents on. So, I mean, still 2 contracts in the matter of 10 minutes, you're able to lock in $80 in 10 minutes. That's a great job. That's a great paying job. That's what fantastic. What is the delta? The delta is basically, keep it simple. I don't want to give you the exact definition because you'd be like, what? It's basically how much your options contract will go up or down in value for every dollar the stock goes up or down. Right? So the SPY, if you took a contract that had a 30 delta and the SPY goes from 361 to 362, your options contract is going to go up by $30 because the delta is 30. It's the rate of change. Now, if you buy that call option with a 30 delta and the SPY goes down $1, your contract will be decreased by $30. So again, it's how much your options contract will go up or down in value for every dollar the stock moves up or down. That's not, nope, not the spread. Not the spread. The spread is going to be the difference between the bid and the ask. So if the bid's at $1 and the ask is at $1.20, you have a 20-cent spread or a $20 spread with options. But again, the delta is a Greek. The delta is the rate of change of an options contract. It's going to represent 2 different things. The percentage chance an option has expiring in the money, right? It represents the percentage chance that an option has of expiring in the money. So a 30 delta indicates a 30% chance that the options contract is going to expire in the money. Okay, but what we're really looking at as day traders is the rate of change. Okay, if you jump into an options contract that has a 30 delta and the stock goes with you by $1, your options contract goes up by the delta, which would be $30. And the complete opposite if the stock goes against you. It has been a slower day today, team, hasn't it? It has been a slower day today. Corey's a goat. Corey's the goat. Look at that entry. Look at that entry. Boom, right there, baby. Look at right there. Get it. Stop loss under. Oh, yeah, I love it. Anticipate. Oh, woo, the goat. That's great, man. A great entry. I love it. And that type of trading works for you, Corey? I like that. You see the double bottom, you see the support, you're willing to anticipate it, risk such a small amount, and if you're right, which you're right 70-80% of the time, those rewards are substantial, and if you're not right, such a small loss. I love it. I love trading like that. It's so easy once you've mastered it, and it really keeps the risk small, and it keeps the reward large, and it feels great. It feels great. I love it. That's good stuff, man. That's a great trade. Great entry. Am I trading live with my members? Yes, I am. Yep. Every single day inside of our platform. BEAT. Back into a 5-minute time frame. Obviously BEAT could definitely spike back up to high a day of 472. I would say your support level is $4, and here's why. Yesterday's spiking high, $4. Pull back today, $4. We drop below $4. We're spiking on up into resistance at 436. I see $4 support with 436 current resistance. Stock's due for a pullback, right? The stock's already moved more than 50 cents to the upside without pulling back. Our rule with small cap penny stocks, if that stock has gone up more than 50 cents to the upside without pulling back, you are chasing it. And we are sitting right at this level of resistance. So it's due for a pullback. I would highly recommend wait for the pullback. Support's back down at $4. Yesterday's spiking high. Today's pullback low. It's a natural level of support as well. Got a few separate reasons. That's a nice area of support. Then you could take it long up into resistance. Then if it then breaks resistance, your next resistance level would be $4.70. So again, stock's overextended, moved more than 50 cents to the upside without pulling back. You touch it here, we all know, chasing it. Okay? Could it break out and rip? Absolutely, but that rarely happens. Today hasn't been like a super hot market. It's not supernova season where stocks are going $1, $2 at a time. So market conditions don't suggest a break in a continuation, another 40 cents to the upside. Wait for the pullback into support, then look to place your entries for the bounce back into this resistance level, and then if it ever breaks, your next resistance level, high a day, 472. It did just break the downtrend. You had some pretty nice volume move in. It's definitely worth watching. It may have some potential coming into the end of the day. BEAT, not too shabby. Yeah, I work with people that are in the UK. I have members that are from Switzerland. We have individuals that live over in I think someone lives in Italy, but yeah, it's a worldwide trading community. Yeah, we have traders from around the globe that work with us inside of chat. It's awesome. I love it. Yeah, members, subscribers. Yeah, we say members. We call them family. Working with the AlphaDayTrading family inside of chat. We have a few traders from Canada. SNTI just broke that downtrend. 226 resistance here. 226 resistance. You got a wall of selling at 225. Got about 200,000 shares sitting at 225. That's a strong level of resistance. If you see that big order getting taken out, we could break out to 250 here. Watch SNTI. Look at your level 2. Got 2,172. Add 2 zeros to that. 217,000 shares looking to be sold at $2.25. That's creating your wall of resistance. In order to move higher, we have to have enough buyers to take that selling order out to push through that sell order, right? Because there's a lot of supply there. We need more demand to be able to push through that supply and push the prices higher, right? It's all supply and demand. Right now, we see that this seller, this big order, is creating our level of resistance. We need to see over 200,000 shares move in to break through that 225 mark to get that leg up. And then look at that. Look at that. We just spiked from 50,000 shares traded to 500,000 shares traded in the matter of a minute. Let's go back down the time in sales and see that order. Look at all those big orders that came through. Someone came in and bought 11,000 shares, 10,000 shares, right? You had, 20,000 shares just there. It's 7,500 shares, 3,000 shares, 5,000 shares on the time in sales, right? You had 24,000 shares, 12,000 shares, 15,000 shares, all at the same time. Just come all in at the same time and take that big order out. And that's why you saw that big spike on up from 225 over 230, just like that, because you had such a big amount of buyers move in to take that big seller out, and then boom, got a nice little 7-cent spike out of it. Yeah, we trade the SPY and the Qs. Mainly, when the market's not like this, we trade individual large cap stocks as well. Like we'll trade Tesla, Apple, Nvidia, Amazon, PayPal, Roblox when there's great opportunity. But right now in this market, everything's correlating with the SPY and the Qs anyway, right? So why not just trade the SPY and the Qs? Keep it simple. There's a lot of money to be made with the SPY and the Qs. Now, occasionally you may spot an individual stock doing its own thing, looking great. But for the most part, you're looking to trade Tesla, you got to look to trade the Qs and the SPY anyway, because what the SPY and the Qs do are going to dictate where Tesla goes, right, for the day. So in these times of heightened volatility and the kind of market that we're in, SPY and the Qs, right? That's what I do, SPY and the Qs. And then small cap penny stocks as well. We've got an amazing community. I get that a lot. A lot of people ask, am I an ex-trader from a firm? No, I understand the basics about trading. I'm not the smartest person out there, not the brightest crown of the box, but I know just enough to make us successful in the market. I like to keep it simple. SPY hit target. SPY hit target. Yep. I mean, took a while, but I mean, it broke and it hit target to the penny. It hit VWAP. Look at that. 5-minute break. Nice trade. I'm too busy eating my pizza, guys. I'm too busy eating my pizza. But good job for those of you that took that trade. That was a good one. So 336, I showed up to see if we had any potential. Really happy that I showed up. We saw the SPY hit. Corey grabbed some nice profits there. Good job, boss man. If anybody else did, good job, good job. Penny stock land, not too much. You guys are still watching BEAT, $4 support, 436 top resistance, 470 is your high a day resistance here on BEAT. If you're watching this one coming into the final stretch, the last 24 minutes of the day. Other than that, you have SNTI with 225 support and 250 top resistance. I think it's time for me to hop off because I'm getting more stuffed up the longer I sit here. I want to make sure you guys don't have any questions or anything like that before we end our Thursday session. So, like penny stocks, the only thing that we're really looking at here for small caps is just going to be BEAT, back down around $4. And then SNTI back down around $226 for a retest, right? The stock's overextended, just like BEAT was overextended. The stock's ripped up 40 cents to the upside. It's a pretty big move here. Let it come back down and retest 225, then look for the entries. All right, BEAT starting to pull back a little bit. Let's see if it comes down to 4. Let's see if it levels at 4 and see if we can get some, decent action to the upside. Just shoot me an email, josh@alphadaytrading.com. I don't know if the email thing's working on the website yet. We're going through another phase of development. So just hit me up. You can go josh@alphadaytrading.com. I don't think anybody's here right now either. Chat is dude. It's all good. We got some things in the works, guys. A couple things that are gonna be changing here. A little profit on your account, Joey. What'd you get? BBAI. Nice little trade, Betty. Nice trade. Good job. Good work. Got 45 cents out of it. That's a good change. That's a good little jump. 45 cents. Take it. So top stocks to be watching here overnight. There's only 2 to be watching the rest of the day into after hours, guys. SNTI. Ideally, you want to see 225 hold on up as support. If not, you want to see this trend line hold on up as support. So either A, 225, then we could see buyers move on in to push this up towards around 250, or back down around this trend line. But keep in mind, if you fall below 225 and come down to the trend line, you're still above support. But what did you fall below? The 200-day moving average at 225, right? What did we just see happen? A surge of volume move in through the 200 SMA. So if we fall back below that, that kind of shows a little weakness. So yes, it would be coming into that trend line. However, you would be back below the 200 SMA, and that does show a little bit of weakness. So really, ideally, holding above that 200 SMA looks fantastic for the leg up to 250. Still not a bad little trade. That's about 10% from 225 to 250. And again, you could see the trend line hold. You could still see it move on up, but you need to be mindful that if you come down to that trend line, you get an entry, you come back up to 225 and you can't break above, and you're seeing a lot of weakness and it starts to kind of roll on over. Get out, get out, get out, walk away. It's probably dead at that point in time. But SNTI, definitely on high watch over the next 18 minutes, and then at after hours this evening, okay? Nothing with ADTX. ADTX. Nothing with ADTX right now. Still want to be watching INDO and some of these oil stocks, assuming oil continues to move on up a little bit. And then you got BEAT. So I know we have nice support at $4. Okay, good support at 4. That's yesterday's high a day. That is your best level of support. However, you're starting to get that 9 EMA to cross above the VWAP, and you're holding the 9 EMA and the VWAP as support. You got a little bit of this inverse head and shoulders formation. Right? If you're looking at this inverse head and shoulders, it's kind of occurring at the bottom of a downtrend, right? This right here is a bit of a downtrend, right? You have this nice little uptrend here. Wow, that's terrible. That was bad. Let's change this over to whites here. So we have this nice uptrend, and now you've been downtrending a little bit, short-term downtrend. So you're starting to get a little bit of that, maybe left shoulder, maybe that head, followed by this right shoulder, right? Not the best looking one, but you can see the left shoulder, the head, the right shoulder. Right shoulder is forming above that 9 EMA and that VWAP to hold as support. You start to break 440 here, we have great potential to 472. So here would be a plan, right? Entries at the break of that 436. So maybe you get a nice little 440 entry here. Okay, at least you know what your entry is. Where's your target? Let's just call it 470, right? High a day, 470. Okay, what's your profit on this if this trade does develop and start to break out before it comes down to 4? What's your profit? 30 cents. So at least you know you can make 30 cents. Looking at the chart, where does your stop loss need to go? Under the 9 EMA and under the VWAP. So 416. Call it 415. Keep it round. Okay, what's your stop loss here on this trade? That's 25 cents. So after we just built this plan, does it make sense to buy the breakout here to make 30 cents, but your risk is 25 cents? Maybe. Not for me. It's not the best setup to take a 1-to-1 risk on, right? It's not even the best setup to be a 2-to-1. So again, this is why we build plans, to see, does that make sense? Is this the type of trade that I want to take? Do I have a high win rate percentage on this type of setup? What kind of risk reward is it? And how confident am I? Right now, are you 60-40? Like, yeah, there's a 60% chance it works out. Well, trading these 60-40 setups at a 1-to-1, longevity-wise, doesn't make sense. So you got to rethink it. If this breaks on out, do you want to take that trade? Okay, well, you know you have 30 cents of profit potential. You know your stop loss ideally should be at 415. You got to accept this before you take the trade, but there's a basic plan on BEAT if it does indeed hold the 9 EMA, the VWAP, and start to break on out. But let's say it doesn't hold on up, which ideally I'd like to see it crack and fall. That's what I'd like to see, a nice little crack and fall. Back down to where? $4. That's what I would like to see on BEAT. This thing come on down, $4, maybe an after hours, then curl on up, then break up to that 442. Because you can make an entry at $4, you can put a nice stop underneath that low, and look at all the potential you have to the upside. Now that's a fantastic high reward, low risk opportunity. I like that. BEAT, either way, you have something right around the corner possibly. Keep it on high watch, guys. All right, so you got BEAT, definitely on watch. We just discussed SNTI. Nothing with BBAI at this point in time. This one's dead. And then SPY and Qs. How are we closing on the Qs? We're closing below the 200. Well, I mean, we still got 15 minutes. Anything could happen, but right now you got a little bit of a handle body close below the 200 week. How's the SPY look? The SPY could be that double bottom we were looking at, right? Could be that daily double bottom for a short-term reversal tomorrow in the next week. That's something to keep on be mindful about. We saw it with the Qs, right? Look at your little double bottom that played out yesterday. You're seeing the same thing with the SPY, a little bit of this double bottom that could start to play on out into tomorrow. We might have a nice bounce here and a nice green day tomorrow, back up over 470. We'll have to definitely keep that on watch, looking pretty good. So not too much here. I don't know if I would swing trade overnight any SPY or Q calls or puts. I think I'd wait to see how the market opens tomorrow and make a decision on how I want to play the end of the week. All right, guys. Any questions? Let me know. If not, Enjoy your night, ladies and gentlemen. Good job, good work. Let's shout out some members inside of Profits Chat. Joey, good job locking some profits. Mr. Corey, locking in a lot. You got Johnny, great day. I locked in a couple bucks today. Trading Hunter, Stir, Cole, good job, traders. Way to come in, way to make it happen. It was a very slow day in the market. It was kind of slow inside of chat, but for those of you that came in and you made it happen, good job. Way to go. Keep locking in those profits. Oh, no. No, no. If you want to play blackjack, Joey, just come to Tampa, and I'll take you to the casino, and we'll go play some blackjack. At least we have more fun. We get free drinks, okay? Because I sweet-talk the pit boss when I play. I always get free drinks, and I sit there and play and typically break even. So if you want to have real fun, okay, we'll go to the casino. Inside AlphaDayTrading, we are not gambling, ladies and gentlemen. You have your rules. You abide by them with no emotion. I hope you learned your lesson. Come back tomorrow even stronger and bounce back, baby. Was that a trade you had today on BBAI? BBAI? Okay, you doubled down. Well, you came out profitable, right? But at least you can realize, yeah, I didn't make the best decision. I made a mistake. Let's not do that again, all right? But anytime you want to come down to go to the Hard Rock, I got you. We'll go out and have a good time, guys. I haven't been in years, and I went on my little 10-day disconnect, and I'm addicted now. Yeah, I trade options. Man, we only got 17 viewers. What is it? What's up? Because you can't see all my fancy electronics? We used to get like hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of viewers. Now we get like 12. I appreciate you, 12, but what happened? Is it the you don't see my fancy awesome curve monitor setup? That the only reason you liked me in the first place was my curve monitor setup? Here, let's do a test. Just the whole time. Watch it go to like 100. All right, guys, enjoy your evening. All right, be smart, trade safe. I will see you guys back here bright and early tomorrow morning, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go ahead and end it the way we always end it. All right, go ahead and start hitting me with a big old 3, 2, 1. Woo! That's what I'm talking about, ladies and gentlemen. Good job and good work. Have a wonderful evening. I'll see you guys back here bright and early tomorrow morning, 7 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. All right? Enjoy your night. Stay blessed. Have a good one. If you need me, you know where to find me. Again, take care, guys. I'll see you back here tomorrow morning. right, ladies and gentlemen, so like that team, we are all